Can you see it? Streaming the truth live from where they decree it. Sylvia speaks, no filter, no buffer. Courtroom drama couldn't get any tougher.
When the gavel's first bang, to the witness stands tears. Sylvia's lens captures all your hopes and fears. Uploading justice one trial at a time. Tuning every moment, edges sublime.
Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Faces turn stories, the courtroom can't hide. Sylvia's insights cut through the divide. From jury talks to the lawyer's secret. In Sylvia's world, you know you'll need it. Behind the scenes where whispers are loud, her lens reveals the truth in the crowd. Courtroom secrets laid bare to see. Stay curious with Sylvia Spree. Every objection, every sharp retort, Sylvia's there to give you the report. Exclusive footage no one else can snag. From catchy headlines straight to the tag. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show. Welcome to the Sylvia Show, oh yeah. She's got the inside scoop, don't you care? With every verdict, the suspense does grow. So hit subscribe, let's start the show.
Hey everybody. Hey guys. Hello. How you guys doing? I'm still here. I'm gonna go ahead on and start our live because it's a long video today. So I'm gonna go ahead because we was in court a whole day and we had some testimonies today. So we're gonna go ahead and then get started. You know, I was pretty excited because I found out that I'm the only one that's showing these video. I'm the only one that's showing this video, y'all. That's pretty exciting. I'm the only one that's showing it. I'm the only one that's showing the hey Kenyetta. I'm the only one that's showing what's happening in the courtroom. And a lot of the attorneys who are watching still with this case have been contacting me, a lot of different attorneys, and they're watching. Even though regular people's not watching, attorneys are watching. So shout out to the attorneys. Hey, hi guys. I'm gonna add on X people from the outside. Let me go ahead on and add them on to the stream. Hopefully we will not have any hiccup. Let me tell you, well, hold on. Before I add them, do you know the judge called the camera guy up? The judge called the camera guy up and he threatened him, told him that if he shows the jury, he can go to jail. Yep. I guess because they're supposed to know. Yeah. Yep, yo. So, yeah. Yep. Yep. So I don't think he's going to do that anymore. I don't think he's going to make that mistake anymore. What I did blur it out. I blurred out the part of the jurors. If y'all go back and look at my video, everything's like blurred out and it's like whatever. If it looked like that, oh well, that's on them because I'm not going to try to get him in trouble because I've tried not to get. I did not see. The thing is, I did not know that it was showing like that. But shout out to you guys who brought it to my attention because until I started like watching, somebody put it in the chat, right? And then I deleted their message because I thought they were being very like trying to be funny. And then when I sat there, because when I first started, I had it like I was walking around, I wasn't paying attention. And then when I saw it, I was like, oh my. But we took care of that. We took care of that. All right, y'all. Let's go ahead on and show this video. All right. I'm gonna be taking myself off. Let me go ahead on and add. Let me add X to it. Okay. Let's go add X. All right. We're gonna add X. All right, good people. Here we go. This is the day of testimony. They just started doing testimony today. This is day 1. It's supposed to be about 10 days worth of testimony. 10 days worth of testimony for this trial. Okay. All right. Let me tell you, y'all gonna be. I'm not gonna tell you. Y'all just watch it for yourself. Okay. Here we go.
Please, everyone. Just wanted to make sure it was working. Please. In that direction.
Fast forward a little bit.
We ready for a jury? Stage ready, Judge.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. And yes.
You can bring them out.
Just a second. Thank you. I appreciate it. He is Texas.
And I did do an interview with Lee Nerd. So
You'll stand up most. Okay. And go to.
Judge, before the jury comes, do you prefer that we swear our witnesses or you swear the witness?
I'll do it.
Okay.
Either I or the clerk will do it.
Yes, sir.
Mostly me, probably.
We're waiting on y'all. All rise for the jury.
Jason.
All right, everybody settled in. Good morning, everybody. Appreciate that. You remember yesterday when I released you, I gave you some instructions that you were not to discuss the case among yourselves, nor were you to listen to any discussion of it. If you have followed those instructions to this point, please raise your right hands for me. Let the record show that all members of the jury indicate that they have followed those instructions to this point. I appreciate that. We have now reached the stage of the trial, of course, where witnesses are going to be called. In just a few minutes, the state will call its first witness. You'll remember my instructions to you. If you can't hear the witness or if you can't see an exhibit, let me know that, let the lawyers know that, let the bailiff know that. We will make arrangements for you. Also remember what I told you about breaks. I'll try to give you a break about an hour and 15, hour and 30 minutes in. That has seemed to work pretty well over the course of 30 years or so, but I do understand that's an artificial time frame I'm imposing on you. So once again, if you need to take a break, if it becomes hard for you to concentrate on what a witness is saying, let that be known and we'll make arrangements for you, okay? It's very important that you hear all the evidence that's going to be presented so that you can make an intelligent, informed decision on what the facts are in this case. We have an agreement on that?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I can assure you I will not be offended if you want to take a break. And sometimes other than when I want to, because I would probably be sitting here saying, I hope somebody wants to take a break. All right. First witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Rod Nohilly.
Okay. Counsel, if you have trouble seeing or need to move around, that's fine. And Mr. Fowler, if you would have a queue at the back so that we don't have to go look for witnesses, I'd appreciate it.
He's right outside the door. We left him right there.
Okay. Please, sir. Raise your right hand for me. The evidence you will give is sworn or affirmed to be the truth, so help you God.
Thank you, sir.
Have a seat. Speak loudly enough, of course, so the jury can hear you. Begin by telling them what your name is.
Roderick Nohilly,
Everybody here okay? Would you spell your last name?
Nohilly.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please tell the jury how you're employed?
I'm a deputy sheriff with the Glenn County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do for the sheriff's office?
I'm just a general deputy. I handle arrest warrants, civil papers, prisoner transports.
Would some people describe you as a police officer?
Yes.
How long have you been a police officer?
Since 2002, about 24 years.
And are you post-certified, sir?
I am.
Can you please describe for the jury what it means to be post-certified?
It means I've completed the requirements for mandate training.
What is mandate training?
It's the state standard for law enforcement officers as far as training.
Do you have to have what we call post-certification to be a police officer?
Yes.
And throughout, you said, I think 24 years, however long it was. Have you been post-certified that whole time?
The whole time, yes.
Have you been with the sheriff's office
I
that
don't
whole
mean to
time?
interrupt, but it's POST, post, and it stands for Peace Officers Standards.
Have you been a police officer that whole time?
I have.
Have you been with the sheriff's office that whole time?
No.
Please tell the jury the agencies that you've been with.
I was with Brunswick PD from 2002, beginning of 2002 to about 2005, and then the Glenn County Police Department from 2005 to 2022.
And now I believe we are in 2025. Is that right?
We are.
When you left Glenn PD, is that when you went to the sheriff's office?
Yes,
And do you currently work for Sheriff Jump?
I do.
What did you do for the Glenn County Police Department?
I had a number of roles. I was on patrol for several years. I was a criminal investigator in the Criminal Investigation Division. I was on an FBI task force for a little over a year. And then later on, I was a shift supervisor and then a shift commander.
When you say that you were on patrol, is that sort of a self-defining term? We all kind of know what that means.
Uniform patrol, yes.
You patrol the streets?
Cars, yes.
Okay. Respond to crime scenes, that sort of stuff?
Yes.
Now, you talked about being in the investigative division. Can you describe for the jury what that is, please?
We investigated everything from financial transaction, card fraud, all the way up to homicides, murder. It's just general investigations. It's kind of a catch-all. The only thing we didn't do, because there was another division for that, was drugs. We had a drug unit for that.
And were you ever a part of the drug unit?
I was, when I worked for Brunswick PD.
When you were with Glenn County PD, were you ever with narcotics, though? Or the drug unit, I should say.
No.
You talked about the investigative division. Are there various portions that certain investigators specialize in, such as they're kind of a homicide unit, a child unit, or does everybody work on everything?
So everybody pretty much worked on everything. However, we unofficially kind of specialized in different things.
That's fair. What do you mean by that?
For me, I specialized more in interviewing and worked more violent crimes. Some investigators work more property crimes.
When on February 23rd of 2020, which division were you in? Were you in patrol, investigative, narcotics? Where were you?
Investigations.
All right. And on February 23rd of 2020, in the early afternoon, did you respond to a shooting in Satilla Shores neighborhood?
I did.
Okay. Do you recall that response that you did to that scene?
I do.
And to your knowledge, was that responding to the shooting of Ahmaud Arbery?
It was.
Now, describe for the jury, if you will, what you saw when you arrived, please.
When I pulled up there, the fire department was there. There were several uniformed officers there. There were other investigators there. It was at the area of an intersection. That's when I saw Ahmaud Arbery's body in the middle of the road. He was deceased. Could you tell whether he had incurred any violent or appears that he had any injuries? Yes, it looked like he had been shot.
Was that here in Glenn County?
It was.
So, and you talked about what you saw when you got there. Based upon your experience or from your knowledge, do you know how long it was after the shooting that you got there?
Maybe 30, 40 minutes, I guess.
Okay. What is kind of the status of the scene when you get there? Are people milling around? Are there interviews being conducted? What's kind of the status of the scene?
It seemed like they were still trying to figure out what was going on, who was who and who was involved.
And what was your role on the scene? Or let me start with this. Let me take that question back. Let me start with this. How did you know to go to the scene?
I was called by one of my supervisors.
Is that typical? You get called by a supervisor that tells you to go somewhere?
Yes, I wasn't on call, but when we have bigger cases like that, they'll call out extra investigators to help out.
Do they typically provide the address or the location so you know where you're going?
Yes.
Okay. Is that what happened here?
Yes.
So what is your role when you arrive?
I didn't know what it was. It was just, I'd find out when I got there, what they needed me to do.
Would you describe it as sort of a support position?
Yes, at that time, yes.
So how are you a support position and why aren't you the lead?
I wasn't on call that day. It was a Sunday, so we weren't working that day. So we have on-call investigators, and I wasn't on call that day, so I wouldn't be lead.
So you get there. What's the first thing that you do?
I spoke to, I think it was Sergeant Stephanie Oliver. After I looked at the scene briefly, then shortly after, she asked me to interview the shooter.
And when you say interview the shooter, how did you become aware of who the shooter was?
I didn't know who it was until after I left. After I was driving away.
Before you were driving away, did you become aware as to whether there was a video of the shooting?
Yes, I did. As I was walking toward my car, one of the officers showed me a video, about 5 or 10 seconds of it. I just briefly watched it on a phone.
Okay. And why did you watch it?
Because they said it was a video of the incident.
And as someone who may be helping in an investigation, would that be helpful for you to see?
Yes.
Tell us why.
Because at that point, I didn't know what happened. I just knew what I saw, but that doesn't tell the whole story. So any bit of information I can get before I do an interview is great. Because at that point, I was going to do an interview that would be cold, not knowing what was going on.
And when you say cold, how does it benefit you to have some information rather than just a cold interview?
It helps me to ask more targeted questions.
Would it also help you in some ways to be able to tell whether someone is telling the truth or not?
Yes.
So you said you left the scene. How long do you think you stayed on scene?
Maybe 10, 15 minutes, I think.
Where did you head to?
Back to the Glenn County Police Department.
And how long is that drive?
From there, maybe about 20 minutes, I guess.
Did you drive alone?
I did.
And is that how long it took you to get there?
Yes, I went straight there.
So when you get there, what is your task when you get there?
It was to conduct an interview with the shooter in this incident.
And at that point, had you learned who the shooter was?
I did on the drive.
Who was that?
Travis McMichael.
Were there other people that we might call suspects or persons of interest or folks that wanted to be interviewed as possibly being involved?
I didn't know of anybody else at that point.
Okay.
No. I found out later on.
So at that point, you knew, is it fair to say that you knew that Travis was involved as possibly the shooter, maybe some other folks, but you just don't know?
Correct.
So you get to the police department. Where is an interview conducted?
There's a hall in the back of the station with 3 interview rooms, and then there's another interview room inside the criminal investigation division. I conducted mine in interview room, I believe, number 1 in that back hall.
Describe the interview room for the jurors, please.
It's a little bit bigger than this box here. There's a table on the side. There's kind of soundproofing in there, so there's not really an echo. And it's fairly dark in there, but there's light. It's just the walls are dark, but it's a small room.
Now, how big do you, and I know this seems a little silly, but how big do you think the box is that you're sitting in? If we're guessing, was that maybe like 6 by 10 or something like that?
This is probably about 4 by 8.
Okay. All right. So did you interview Travis?
I did.
Okay. Did you talk to anybody else before you went into the interview?
Yes.
Who did you talk to?
Believe I talked to, I'm not sure actually, other investigators that were there. I think as we were coordinating the interview and all that, is making sure the recording was going, just stuff like that.
Kind of administrative stuff?
Yes.
All right. And you just spoke to other police officers, investigators, stuff like that?
At the station, yes.
Okay. All right. So how long did your interview with Travis go? Ish. You don't have to be exact.
Roughly an hour, maybe less.
Was he cooperative? Okay. Can you describe his demeanor for the jury, please?
He seemed almost like he was in shock a little bit. You know, like he didn't really, he was trying to grasp what had happened.
Okay. Was he in handcuffs?
No.
Okay. Was he under arrest?
No.
At that moment, was he free to leave?
No.
All right. Now, you indicated he was not under arrest. Was that your decision to make?
No.
After you conduct the interview, do you leave the room?
I do. I believe you.
And do you leave Travis in the room?
I believe I did, yes.
And why do you do that? Why don't you bring the person out with you?
But we leave him in there until we're ready to release him.
All right. And so you leave the room. What do you do next?
Don't recall.
Okay.
It's a few years. I know at some point I got a form for him to fill out a statement form. I had him fill out a statement form after the interview. Also, we wanted to look through his phone. I had him sign a consent form, I believe. Yeah,
Now, do you know a person by the name of Greg McMichael?
I do.
How long have you known Greg McMichael? I think we're at 2025 now. So how long do you think that?
At least since 2005.
Okay. And how do you know him?
As an investigator with the DA's office.
Did you ever work with him at the police department?
No,
Okay. Did you know him from the police department?
not at the time he was employed there, no.
Okay. So at the time when you met him or you began working with him, was he employed at the district attorney's office?
Yes,
And were you employed at the police department?
yes.
Describe for us your working relationship, kind of the things that he would do that would overlap with what you're doing.
I think he came to our office several times, not specifically to see me, but I think he dropped off subpoenas and stuff, and he would talk with our chain of command in there. But it just administrative things on cases.
Overall, get along with him fine?
Yes,
All right. Did you see Greg McMichael the day of the shooting?
I did.
Where did you see him?
The first time I saw him was he was being interviewed two interview rooms down from where I was doing my interview. That back hall.
And when you say you saw him, did you actually see him in the room? Well, let me ask, with your own two eyes, or were you watching like a camera? I guess that was maybe kind of a bad question.
I'm not sure if he was in the room when I started my interview. I may have already started my interview before they brought him in, but later on, after I'd finished my interview and I stepped out, I did see him in the other room, the other interview room. Yes,
Did you speak to him at some point?
I did.
When did you speak to him?
After I had finished the interview with Travis,
And where did you speak to him?
while he was in that interview room, I believe it was number 3.
Okay. Was he under arrest?
Not at that time that I knew of. Yeah.
Well, let me ask it this way. Was he in handcuffs?
No.
Okay. Did he give any indications of being under arrest or anything? Did you just kind of stick your head in and say hello, or how did that interaction start?
So I had to stay in the hall because Travis was doing the written statement and he had given consent for us to look through his phone. So I had to be within earshot of him just in case he wanted to rescind that consent. So I just started talking to Greg. He was right there in the other room. So yeah, I was just talking to him. I believe his interview was already done at that point.
Describe for us the tone of, and before we get to what you asked him, that sort of stuff, describe the tone of when you talked to him.
He seemed stressed, but he seemed pretty confident that they hadn't done anything wrong. Yeah,
Did you have any concern he was going to be arrested?
didn't seem that way. No.
Hold on. Speculation.
Rephrase the question.
Certainly.
Thing rephrase.
Did he express any concern about being arrested?
I think he said something along the lines of they were justified.
Objection, hearsay, confrontation clause.
It's,
That's overruled.
thank you. Did he express any concern about his son?
I believe so, yes.
And what was his primary concern?
The mental welfare of his son, I believe.
Objection, speculation.
If he can give a reason for answering the question in the manner in which he answered it, I'll let him answer it.
How do you know about what his primary concern was?
We discussed a chaplain or somebody. All right, somebody you talk to.
All right. And from that,
Okay, those that are coming in, this is the trial for the ex-DA, the one who did not want to charge the individuals who killed Arbery, Ahmaud Arbery. You remember that case, Ahmaud Arbery? The young man that was running through a neighborhood and they got him, they shot him and killed him. Well, those 3 guys went to jail. They've been convicted. Now, the prosecutor that originally the case was under her area, she did not prosecute the guys. She did not or get them arrested or so it's her trial. She's being charged with violation of her oath of office and also obstruction. Okay.
Do you discern that his primary concern was Travis?
Yes.
Okay, and what about Travis was his primary concern?
His mental state.
And what about his mental state?
Objection, this calls for hearsay.
That probably does call for hearsay, don't it? Can't specifically tell us what he said.
Let me ask it this way. Okay.
Okay, you're asking why it took so long for her to get prosecuted. Remember, Mr. Steele was on the YSL case. He was her attorney, so they had to wait until YSL was over with. As soon as YSL was over with, he started going to the hearings and stuff like that. That's why he's here. Okay.
Were you able to? I mean, Judge, we actually have a response, which is it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted. Is what is that it's not hearsay, and so I understand the court's ruled, but it's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Your statement as well. Well, what is it being offered, Garland?
It's being offered to demonstrate how Greg is acting, not how Travis is acting.
That's hearsay and relevance, Judge.
What truth are you trying to assert then?
I'm trying to demonstrate that Greg is not concerned about himself. He's concerned about
Again, if from his observation or his conversation, without getting into what the specifics of the conversation were.
I can do that.
If he has formed and can give a reason for forming that observation, he can testify to that.
Now, do you have a reason that you can form an observation about how you thoughts about Travis were?
Objection, Judge. This is going to call for hearsay.
Overruled.
I'm sorry, ask it one more time.
Certainly. Do you have a reason for knowing how Greg felt about Travis?
There was a conversation about getting him somebody to talk to, chaplain or counselor.
What the actual mental health concern was?
Did I have a reason for it?
Yes.
Well, when I talked to him, he seemed like he might have been,
Don't tell us what he said.
he seemed like he was in shock of some sort, possibly, or just trying to grasp what had happened. He seemed stressed.
Your observation of him led you to believe that he might have been in shock.
Just looking at his eyes, he had a kind of a stare about him, like he was trying to think, how did this happen?
Was there a concern about being arrested?
I didn't see that. I don't think so.
Okay. May I have one moment, Your Honor? I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examine.
All right, good morning, Deputy No Hilly.
Good morning.
Now, you had established that you knew Greg McMichael through his relationship for his employment at the district attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
You also knew him to be former local law enforcement, correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that you were professional friends with Greg McMichael.
Yes.
there's a good reason to believe that he thought fairly highly of you. Is that correct?
I believe so.
All right. In fact, he had wanted you to date his daughter. Is that correct?
Wow.
Believe so.
All right. Now, you had never met Travis McMichael until the day of the interview.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him before.
Okay. Now, earlier, testifying on direct, you said you responded to a shooting. I believe the call you responded to was a home invasion.
That's how it was originally described to me, as as possible home invasion.
Okay. Now, when you got there, you were shown the video.
I was, yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified only 5 to 10 seconds of the video.
Correct. I watched it pretty quick.
But you also testified the more information that you have before you do an interview, the better.
Correct.
Is there a reason you didn't watch the whole video?
I didn't know how they came about that video at that time. I wasn't sure if that was from the original recording. And that's all the officer showed me. I didn't know if there was any more at that point, but.
Okay, so the officer that was controlling the video only showed you a portion.
Yes, yeah.
Now, when it was decided that you were going to interview, and correct me if I'm wrong, you were told that you would interview the shooter. You did not know it was Travis McMichael at the time.
Correct.
Okay. And you received that from the sergeant on the scene at the time?
Yes.
Okay. And did the sergeant indicate that a captain had actually made the order?
Objection, hearsay.
It's effect on the listener, Judge.
Can you rephrase the question?
Did you have any reason to believe that the order from the sergeant came from somewhere else?
Yes.
Did you observe Lindsay McMichael at the scene?
I did.
Now, you talked about learning on your way to the station that the interview was to be with Travis McMichael?
Yes.
Okay. And you learned that because you had a missed call on your cell phone from Greg McMichael. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
All right. So you called him back.
I believe I called him back or he called me. I'm not sure, but yeah.
Okay. On your way to the station.
Yes.
And that's how you learned that Travis McMichael was who you were going to interview.
Yes.
And after that conversation with Greg, you had every reason to believe that Travis was going to cooperate with the interview, correct?
Yes.
And I'm sorry I didn't clarify this. Lindsay McMichael that you saw on the scene, that would be Greg McMichael's daughter that he had wanted you to date.
Yes.
At the time of this interview, now I know you left the Glenn County Police Department as a lieutenant, but at the time that you did this interview, were you a sergeant or
I was an investigator.
just an investigator?
Yes.
Okay. You had testified about this matter once before in front of the grand jury, correct?
Yes,
At the grand jury, it appeared that there was some confusion about the time of your interview. Isn't that correct? Have you had a chance to review your grand jury transcript?
yes, I have. Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I've handed you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1A. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And could you explain to the jury what that document is?
It is the Glenn County Police Department Miranda warning rights and waiver form. It's what we read to people right before we're going to do an interview with them.
Does that appear to be a true and correct copy of the document it purports to be?
Yes.
Judge, I move to tender this exhibit to publish it for the jury.
It's tendered. Any objection?
No objection.
Proceed.
We can put that up on the screen. On the top line in the center, the time says, or tell me what the time says.
1517.
Okay, and is that military time?
It is.
All right. So what time would that be for those of us not in the military?
3:17 p.m.
All right. And do you know how you got that time?
I checked my watch.
All right. And that's your pattern and practice, your routine when you're filling out one of these forms to either check your watch or check your cell phone to make sure your time is accurate, correct?
Correct.
There's not a clock on the wall in the interview room, correct?
Correct.
Because you don't want the subjects to know how long they're in there.
Correct.
Now, there's also a timer in the video.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when I met with you previously, I showed you some videos, correct?
Yes.
Were those true and accurate copies of the videos?
Yes.
All right. I need defense 1B. You need to look at this.
I haven't been turned over. May we approach?
Thank you for the Purple Heart, guys. Yeah, we are watching the trial of Jackie Johnson, the ex-DA for Brunswick, Georgia. This is the Ahmaud Arbery DA who refused to prosecute the men who. Is this live? No, King. No, it's not live. It's from earlier. They're not live streaming. But I do have the footage from court.
State has no objection. Okay.
We have the USB.
Folks, I want you to keep in mind my instructions to you originally. Whether I rule one way or another in a case like this has nothing to do with favoritism. It's just the way I frankly see the law leaning in that direction. Neither one side or the other. Okay.
Officer Nohilly, if you could, are you able to see your monitor there that showed the video? Okay. If we could play 1B, please. And just, could you identify who that is that we're going to see you speaking to?
Travis McMichael.
Okay. And this is going to be at approximately the beginning of your interview.
Yes.
All right, go ahead and play the video, please.
All right. I'm investigating.
We need a pencil or something, pen?
The jurors had asked for a pen. Anyone else need a pen?
Somebody need a pen?
Okay. I'm all set?
Okay, all right. Thank you, appreciate it.
I didn't know we were about to play this much of the video. I have an objection to hearsay. I thought we were just talking about that one thing we talked about at the bench. Anything Travis says is hearsay.
Judge, I'm at this point in time, I'm not concerned with what Travis says. This is for the truth of the officer's statement. I want the truth to come out, Judge.
Well,
Me too, but we have to do it properly. That's
we
an inappropriate comment.
all want the truth to come out. And the state moved to introduce some, what you objected to as hearsay.
It was overruled.
Stating that it was not to prove the truth of the matter asserted therein. Sometimes you introduce statements to determine whether they were even said or not. That's not hearsay. That depends on the credibility of the person on the stand. Would we agree on that?
I agree, but to do hearsay, to introduce a prior statement, you have to confront the witness and say, did you say this? If they deny it, then you can do it.
Well, I agree with that as well.
So if he wants to ask,
Are you confronting him with a prior inconsistent statement?
I think that a lot of the direct, in and around a way, Judge, yes, sir.
No.
There's
Is there a specific inconsistent statement that you wish to confront this witness on?
yes.
Then do it. You can certainly play the video as to that effect.
If I could stop the video, because I believe this is going to be important at 15:17:05. I just want it abundantly clear because the timeline is so important. And there was such a ordeal about the time made previously.
It seems to agree the timeline is very important. And frankly, I want this jury to have all the, they're smart enough, they can figure out what's true and what's not.
Well, that's,
Let's play the video, let them see what's going on, okay?
thank you, Your Honor.
PD. Listen. What's your full name? Travis and James and Michael. I'm spelling that, Jacob. Yes, sir. Yeah. MCMICHAEL. MCMICHAEL. Yes, sir. Wonderful. What's your current address? 230 Centennial Drive. That's right. Last grade you completed in school? High school, 12. Yeah. Because of what happened, I'm just gonna go ahead and do the right. I know, that what it looks like already, but I do need to read you your rights, okay? And that's only because I'm talking and considering the case, you're not under arrest, and all that, so it's not looking. You get what I'm saying here? Yes, but I do have to read this to you as formality, okay? Have you ever heard of it before? Yes, sir. Okay. You have read your answer?
Thank you. You clearly informed him he's not under arrest.
Correct.
And you told him you already know what it looks like already.
Yes.
And what did it look like already?
I didn't really know at the time, honestly.
Well, you wanted, by your words, you wanted Mr. McMichael to understand what you thought that it looked like. What did you want him, what was your intention in making him believe what you thought it was?
I wanted him to feel like I already knew, you know, what was going on, even if I didn't.
So you wanted to agree with his self-defense claim?
No, I wanted to get the truth.
You wanted him to believe that you believed his self-defense claim?
Yeah, it's kind of like building rapport.
All right. One second, John. Now, Judge, I've moved to admit defense 1B into evidence.
I don't really, no, actually, I don't object. That's fine.
Now, at approximately 4:06 in the afternoon, you had another conversation with Travis McMichael. Do you recall exactly what you said?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, I had previously shown you a video that you had identified at 4:06 as being a true and accurate copy of the video. Do you recall that? The video I showed you last night?
I don't recall exactly which video that was. You refresh my memory.
Yes, I was wanting to play it. I'll let you identify it first and then I'll play it. You got it on laptop.
They're gonna argue again, y'all. The defense and the what thing gonna argue again.
Judge, I'm going to play defense 1C to refresh the officer's recollection.
You're standing here, saying you have something to say.
Well, I do. I have two things to say. The first is that I don't need to make anybody get up and walk around. Let me start with that. But the proper way to refresh somebody is not in front of the jury. And I hate to do that, but it's the proper way to do it. And I'm just trying to follow the rules here.
He has previously identified the video. I don't understand the confusion today.
I don't either, especially if it was just last night.
It was.
But Mr. Fowler is correct. I believe that under this circumstance, he can't identify it. To correct his.
I'm just trying to follow the proper procedure.
I don't fault you on that. I'm going to ask you to step outside for a minute. Don't discuss the case among you. All right, with the jury. I'll let the meeting discuss.
That's me narrative right here in front of us. That's me narrative right there. So, there you go. That's me narrative.
If this were a transcript, you could show it to them and the jury wouldn't know.
Is the whole video in or just portion of it?
Just portion.
Sure. We got more cross-examination. Where can you see?
You have to keep reminding me of that, don't you? I know you will.
So we did that way.
Nail.
All right, try to refresh the witness's memory, please.
That's not the thing.
If
You
you
gotta
can.
mix up so glad. That's the state. That's the state. You're mixing it up. Defense is just the steel side.
This specific video, 4:06, if you remember watching it last night, I went through them chronologically. There's 317, 406, 412, and 419. 406 is where you walk in and tell him that he's going home today.
Right, right.
Okay.
The jury's not here. Do you remember the conversation you had with this lawyer last night?
I do.
You remember that specific part of the conversation?
The conversation with the lawyer
He
was,
just talked to you about where you told him that he was going home.
yes, I do remember watching that on the video.
Is the video a true and accurate
It is,
representation?
yes,
I mean, it is a video of you doing that, correct?
yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Well, I'm going to enter the video and I'd like to play it for the jury.
Well, I thought you had 3 other instances.
Yes, sir. The next one, the 412 video, and I'm going to go into this a little bit, but that's where you're talking to Greg McMichaels. You had been out in the hallway while they were doing the phone analysis of Travis McMichael's cell phone.
Yes.
And you were telling him how Travis needed to speak with someone.
Right.
And that is prefaced by, do you recall that?
I do.
Both on the video and from the conversation.
And the video was a true and accurate copy of the recording
He's in.
of the events depicted.
All right, let's move on to 3.
All right, and the fourth one, sorry. The fourth one is at 419, where you have the discussion. Do you remember having the discussion with Greg McMichael that he had tried to call Jackie? She had not called him back,
Yes,
and that y'all both expected the case would probably go to some other DA's office.
yes, I remember that.
And that video was a true and accurate recording of that conversation.
It was, yes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Fowler.
So if he's going to testify, the proper way to do this, did you say this? If he says yes, we're done. If he says, I don't remember, he can be refreshed. If he says no, he can then be impeached.
Well, all he's doing is bolstering what his testimony is.
Correct.
I understand that.
Well,
Videos don't become the jury because they'd be prior consistent statements. The way to properly admit a prior consistent statement is to then demonstrate that there is a motive for a recent fabrication. Then you can play the prior consistent statement and play the video.
That is a textbook definition. I agree with you.
except, Your Honor,
We don't have a textbook
That
jury.
is a state, tall glass.
No, but we do
That's a
follow the
state.
rules of evidence.
and Your Honor, I will say,
I agree.
he is not going to recall the conversation verbatim. More importantly is the body language and tone, which cannot be repeated on the stand. These are real-time events playing out. The best evidence is going to be the recording of the real-time event.
We will follow the rules of evidence to the best of my ability, Mr. Fowler, but I will also do what I think is proper to get as many facts as I can before this jury. So I'm going to let him play those particular clips, okay?
Understood.
Okay.
And I object. They're prior
That's
consistent statements. They
fine.
don't.
I understand your objection, and once again, it's a textbook objection. I can't disagree with it, but I'm going to overrule it. All right. Bring them in.
Okay, tall glass. The state is the tall, slim guy, and the other guy is part of Jackie Johnson's defense team. You have Mr. Steele, you have that guy that's on the podium, you have the lady, and you have Mr. Adams. She has 5 attorneys on her team. Okay? You're welcome. Anything for you.
Whatever you think is important. If you already got it, no big deal.
No, the lady that's over. Okay, the lady that's in there, that's another attorney.
Could you hear me okay then?
That's part of the state.
Okay.
Yeah, well, they the attorney general's office.
You got this.
We have some jurors who are taking advantage of this to take a restroom break, so it'll be a minute or two.
Okay.
He's gonna remember that.
Hello, Madam Clerk.
rise to the jury.
Who's still going to cross-examine? He's going to cross-examine the last guy. Adam cross-examined Miss Cooper. And wait till y'all see this one here. Adam had to kind of calm down because when he realized he was going a little bit too strong, he had to calm down, y'all. How's the atmosphere in the courtroom? Really
All right,
cool.
ladies and gentlemen, we're now to the point, to the point where I believe we can continue the questioning. I want to thank you. You've been thanked for your patience several times by the lawyers. I have thanked you for your patience. I'm going to thank you for your future patience because there will be times that you will need to be patient with us as well. The lawyers are doing what they need to do to try to get this case before you, as am I. And sometimes that just necessitates you being outside the presence of us while we discuss some things. So once again, thank you for your continued patience with us. Appreciate it. Okay.
All right. I want to play for you, Officer No Hilly, for the jury's benefit, Defense Exhibit 1C.
So she needs to start on it. You're going home today, just so you know. Okay. Talk to the other investigators. We're, you know, it is what it is, right? You're not being charged or anything like that. I know it's just, I just cannot. But my suggestion is, after you leave here, you go on to counselor, preacher, whatever, your pastor. You need to go talk to somebody. And I'm gonna do it as soon as you guys leave. You know, Travis. And then again, James. And I'm saying I'm last year.
You heard him when he told him, right? Go see.
All right. So as you walked into the room, what was Travis McMichael doing?
He was filling out a statement form.
Okay. And then you come in and explain to him, he's going home today.
Yes.
Talk to the other investigators.
Yes.
Who were the other investigators?
I believe
Because they wasn't
Sergeant
gonna arrest
Oliver
him.
and probably Stephen Lowry, who was the lead on the case.
And now, so Sergeant Oliver's Stephen Lowry's supervisor.
Yes.
Okay. And you would have spoken to either or both of them?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you're having that conversation, had the cell phone, I'm sorry, I know the answer to that. No, I don't think I do. Had the cell phone download been completed?
They were looking at it at that point, in the back. I don't know if they ever were able to download it or not, but that was the attempt. I do know that was a goal.
So you know they were looking at it.
Yes.
Were any of the results of what they looked at shared with you?
No.
Wouldn't it have been helpful to have that information as you're conducting an interview?
But I had it beforehand, sure.
You could have asked follow-up questions while he's in there writing.
Correct.
Well, what does "it is what it is" means
Uh-oh.
in this context?
I was trying to maintain rapport with him, because the investigation was
Thank
still
you, Mama.
right at the beginning. The only thing I had at that point was his statement. I didn't know any other facts. I know that he was being released that day, but I didn't know where the case was going to lead to. So I wanted to maintain rapport with him so that he'd be cooperative in maybe a future interview.
And Travis, do you know how Travis got to the police station?
I don't believe an officer brought him.
Do you know if he was in handcuffs?
I don't believe he was.
Isn't it true that he was never handcuffed?
It's probably accurate.
How did Greg McMichael get to the police station?
I don't know, actually.
Do you know if he was transported by an officer or not?
I don't know.
Don't know means I don't know.
Well, I mean, I want to make sure you didn't think I was asking about which specific vehicle. You were notified that he was in the lobby, correct?
That Greg was in the lobby?
Yes.
I don't know if I was notified he was in the lobby or not. I don't recall. I may have been.
Okay.
I just don't recall.
All right. But you did ultimately talk to Greg in the interview room as you're waiting on this phone analysis to be done.
Yes, and it was right after he had been interviewed in that room.
And we had talked about this is going to be at 4:12 p.m.
Correct.
And this is going to be a true and accurate copy of that recording and the discussion you had with Greg McMichael.
Yes.
If we could play 1C, please. No, sorry, 1D.
You know. Yeah, right. He's gonna need to talk to somebody.
Oh, I know, he's asking if we had a chaplain, you know, the chaplain. Yeah. Oh, Tim? I don't know, Tim, I got Brown. Is this for Santa? I don't know, want to know, pastor, somebody you can talk to? No. You know, get the chaplain, maybe. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Unless you know a counselor or something. He's going to definitely need to talk to somebody. He's definitely affected by this. And that's what it says. Man, I tell you what, yeah, can you find out the name of the chaplain? We'll wait home. We'll wait till we get home and I'll call him and maybe I can take him somewhere. He can come there. Yeah, if that's okay with you. Yeah, nothing problem. Everything okay with him? Yeah, this is probably good. Yeah. I just haven't doing a statement right now. Right. Yeah. But yeah, it's righteous. I mean, it happens video too. I mean, it sucks though. No matter.
Now, there's no question in this video, at least in your mind, that Greg McMichaels and Travis McMichaels are going home at this time, correct?
Correct. I knew they were going home then.
And the recommendation to meet up with the chaplain or whatever they were going to do after they left the station and got home, correct?
Yes.
The next point, next video I want to review is at 4:19 PM. This will be the last video. 4:19 PM. Is this going to be a true and accurate copy of the conversation that took place that you were party to?
Yes.
We could play 1E, please.
Yeah, right now. Oh, since we got those new ones. Oh, we got new ones, yeah. More highlights, yeah. So what the next step would be? That's what he just asked me. That's a good question. He's not getting charged or anything like that, you know. Ultimately, DA's office will review it. Sure. Well, I called Jackie. I left a message for her. I said, Jackie, my son, I've been involved in shooting. Call me as soon as you can. Didn't hear back from her for a few minutes, so I called Bill Darius. I said, get in touch with Jackie, let her know what's happening. You know, I guess, although I'm not employed there any longer, I want her to know. Yeah. You know. So, I mean, she may recuse herself and have somebody else look at it. Yeah. Just as you worked there before, right? Possibly, but ultimately they'll be the ones. Sure. You know, that's just a smart move. Well, that's the way you do it. Yeah, absolutely. It would be the case with any other officer involved. Although he's not an officer, but or any other. This kind of shooting. Yeah. Yes, this kind of shooting where it's. I went and pulled the other reports where it was kind of stolen and the other break-in involved in this guy. So we'll go over those also. There's been numerous times that guys going in that house. Do you know if they got video? Yeah. The officer got the video? I don't know if the officer got it, but I know that the owner of that house, the one that's under construction, that's open, that heavy doors, yeah, he has a video system in there. And
now, from that conversation, there's really no question in your mind that at some point later, some DA's office somewhere is going to have to present this to the grand jury.
Yes, I assumed that was going to happen. Yes.
All right. And you never spoke to Jackie Johnson?
Regarding this case, I never spoke with her about it.
Why did you not make an arrest that night?
I wasn't the primary investigator on the case. That would have been decided by the primary investigator and the supervision. I was just there to assist in the interview. So I was just following their lead at that point.
Okay. And I believe that typically in some type of homicide, the other officers will defer to the primary investigator as to whether or not to arrest.
Correct. So all of the other investigators are collecting information, collecting facts and statements. The primary investigator, the lead, would have all that information after it's passed to him. Each individual investigator may not know all the facts of the case. Like I did not at that time. I only knew what Travis told me at that point.
And I believe you told me that really the primary investigator in a homicide or some type of major case would really be taking direction from their supervisor.
Yes, the supervisors would definitely have the same.
So it's really someone in the command staff that makes the call.
In some cases, yes.
In a major case.
Yes.
Now, as part of your job as an investigator with the Glenn County, any law enforcement agency, but specifically as the Glenn County Police Department, you're familiar with CAG reports?
I am.
May I approach the witness here? Have you had a chance to review it?
Yes.
You will look, it's going to be towards the end, I believe, of the third page. Doesn't it say in there?
These papers not evidence.
That's true.
Is that a true and correct copy of the CAD report that I provided you?
It looks like one, yes.
For the record, this is a 3-page CAD report. Marking as defendants exhibit 1F.
But please tell the jury and me what a CAD report is.
Okay, that's all for the
Please ask him.
I believe it stands for computer aided dispatch.
Okay.
It's a report of each call that comes in. When a call comes into dispatch, a record in CAD is created of that call, and all the statements are usually summarized. Statements that the caller has made are added to it. It's usually pretty rough. It's not specific to what they said, but it's kind of like the gist of what the call is, and that's what's dispatched over the radio. It's also a running log of the call as to when officers arrive on scene, when the EMS arrives on scene, when they depart, and if an officer reports something on scene, they'll document it in the CAD.
Now, if you'll review that CAD report and look towards the bottom, towards the end of it, I believe it's on the
I
other
don't
side.
believe it's in evidence yet.
In the move to tender, exhibit 1F into evidence.
Any objection?
It's got to ask what it is. Is it this? Is it fair and accurate? There's a whole laundry list of questions that need to be asked. We don't know what case it's from at this point. We got to go down that road.
Be specific as to where this is from, who generated it.
Okay.
The whole, you know the routine.
Yes, sir. Do you know which department generated this report?
The initial report would have been generated by the 911 center at the Clinton County Police Department.
Okay. And what is the date of that incident?
February 23rd, 2020.
And which incident is that the CAD report for?
This would be the incident, the Ahmaud Arbery homicide.
And does that appear to be a true and accurate copy of a CAD report?
This is the first time I've seen it, but I believe so.
Tender 1F into evidence. Your Honor.
Any objection? At this point, I'm not going to object.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Proceed.
If you will look at the report, does it, at some point in there, it shows that Roddy Bryan arrives in the lobby?
Yes. Just
If you know where it is and can aid his testimony, I'll let you approach it.
Thank you. Does it show you can you identify from that document what time Roddy Bryan arrives in the lobby?
Yes, it indicates at 15:06:32, should have been 3:06. I'm sorry. 3:06 p.m.
Now, if police officers bring someone to the station, they usually don't just arrive in the lobby, correct?
Correct. They come in the back.
Okay, so he would have brought himself to the station, correct? Or under his own will or power. I'm not saying he drove himself there, but however he got there, he went himself.
What it says is William Bryant is at HQ to make a statement. So, yeah.
Okay. He's waiting to make a statement for you?
And it doesn't say waiting, it just says William Bryant is at HQ to make a statement.
Okay. What about further down, Greg McMichaels, who's also driven himself to this police station?
That would have been at 15:10 hours or 3:10 p.m. And it said Greg McMichael is also in the lobby for a detective. Unit advised.
So they were not brought there by police officers.
That's the assumption. Yeah, that's what I'm gathering from this.
They're not in handcuffs.
Correct.
They're not under arrest.
Not at that time.
There's no officer out there with them.
Not by, this would lead me to believe, no, there isn't.
Do you ever ask permission to make arrests of people?
No.
Is there any reason you would have asked permission on the night of the 23rd if you felt you had probable cause to make an arrest?
So at that point, it's not, the procedure that we had in place would have been the lead would handle it because they have more facts. They have all the facts they should that we've gathered. Had I been the lead and I had the facts and there was enough probable cause, I could make an arrest or I could not. But I would have the ability to make an arrest, yes.
And it's true that you don't need anyone's permission to make an arrest.
Correct.
And you don't have any reason sitting here today to believe that Jackie Johnson stopped any arrest, do you?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
Prosecutors don't have the power to tell you not to make an arrest, do they?
Not that I know of.
One moment now.
Anything else?
Just one or two more questions, Your Honor. At the time that y'all had the Michaels and Mr. Bryan at the department, they were just considered victims. Isn't that true? The home invasion?
No, at that point, no, it was after the interview, I knew that Maude hadn't broken into their house. I knew it was a house under construction, so that would qualify for home invasion.
But they were not listed as suspects anywhere. That's true.
They were actors in the case.
They were witnesses.
They were participants in the case, not just witnesses. They were,
To the best of your knowledge.
yes,
Did you do any supplemental reports on this?
I did a supplemental on the interview, yes.
Okay. And when you do that report, do you have the ability to modify parties?
Modified, I'm sorry,
Parties
parties?
to the case? So you have on your reporting system, the Spillman says, y'all use Spillman at the Glenn County Police
Yes.
Department, correct? When you open up a file or a case file, you have the main names table. The names table that prints out at the beginning of every police report.
The face sheet, yes.
When you're updating these, you have the ability to change the roles, correct?
Yes, but it would not be my role to do it as not being the primary. That would be the lead investigator would be responsible for all of that.
Okay. So you would not modify the roles under any circumstances if it's not your case.
Generally not, unless I'm helping an investigator and, I'm asked to do it. It's usually the lead investigator's decision on how that goes.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
Redirect. No redirect. Thank you, sir. Who's your next witness?
Your Honor, if I may, also note that it's excused today by the state. He also has a defense subpoena. He may be subject to recall in the case.
All right, subject to me.
Thank you.
Who's your next witness and how long?
Next witness is Wanda Cooper Jones.
Let's take, I know you've had a break, but we have not. Primarily, I have not. And I do need one for right now. Don't discuss the case among yourselves and listen in discussion. I will take about 15 minutes, okay?
All right, the jury.
Everybody else remain where you are until the jury gets out.
Order and going.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna move
Quiet,
forward a little
folks.
bit so we don't
Quiet.
watch the little boring part. Let me just fast forward it a little bit to where Wanda comes to speak. Miss Cooper. Hold on. Cooper Jones, that is. Break. Yep.
All right, everybody, okay? All right, call you next witness.
Take oath Wanda Cooper Jones.
Wanda Cooper Jones. This is the first time she's ever testified. She never testified in the other two cases. It's the first time she ever testified.
Right now, please now. If you would. If you'd like to go ahead and have a seat, that would be fine. And raise your right hand for me. The evidence you'll give is sworn or affirmed to be the truth, so help you God. Put your hand down. If you would speak loudly enough so everybody on the jury can hear you. By introducing yourself to them, okay?
Sure. Good morning. My name is Wanda Cooper Jones.
Everybody here, okay? Yeah. All right. You take your questions from the lawyers and answer to the jury. Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please spell your name for us?
Sure, it's Wanda Cooper, Cooper, Jones, Jones.
When I'm addressing you, is there a particular way you prefer to be addressed with your last name? Cooper Jones, Miss Cooper?
Cooper Jones is fine.
Miss Cooper Jones, let me start with this. Have you ever lived in Glenn County?
Yes.
How long did you live in Glenn County?
Upon leaving in 2020, I had been here for about 30 years.
And when you lived here for 30 years, did you have a family?
The guy is
I
safe.
did.
And can you describe your family for us, please?
Sure. Immediately after moving to Brunswick, I came into a motherhood. I had a son, Marcus, a daughter, Jasmine, and a son, Ahmad.
What is Ahmad's full name?
Ahmad Marquez Aubrey.
And being mom, what did you call
I called him Quez.
him? Is that what most people call him?
Yes, if you knew me and you knew Quez, you knew we called him Quez.
And did you raise Quez?
I did.
So describe for me, if you will, leading into 2020, describe for me your relationship with Quez.
In 2020, Ahmad had began to live back at home with me. I traveled a lot for work. I was traveling as an independent insurance adjuster, and I left Ahmad here in Brunswick. I had just returned the 1st of February before he was killed.
And how old was he at the time?
Ahmad was 24. He turned 25 on May 8th of 2020.
And leading up to, and you already talked about, and I need to ask you a few direct questions.
Okay.
You talk about your son Ahmad.
Mhm.
Quez, was he the person that was killed on February 23rd of 2020?
Yes, my son Ahmad was killed on the 23rd of February of 2020.
And is it was he the person that was killed by Travis McMichael, Greg McMichael, and Roddy Bryant?
Yes.
So leading up to that day, were you in town that day?
No, I wasn't.
Please tell the jury where you had gone.
I shared earlier that I was an independent insurance adjuster, and I went out of town for travel, for training over to Dallas. And I had just returned like that. I left that Saturday, a week before he was killed. And upon traveling back from Dallas, I stopped by Waynesboro, Georgia, and that's where I was when Ahmad was killed.
Just for clarification, when you say Dallas, do you mean Dallas, Texas, or Dallas, Georgia?
Dallas, Texas.
Where is Waynesboro?
Waynesboro is about 20 miles from the city of Augusta.
And so if you were to drive from Waynesboro to Brunswick, how long would that take you?
About 3 hours.
Why did you stop in Waynesboro?
Because I have a mother. At the time, she was 83. And like I said earlier, I had been doing some travel and I hadn't seen my mom in a while.
Did she live in Waynesboro?
Yes.
She have a house, condo? What did she have?
She lives in a house. Actually, that's the house that I was raised in. I think the house was built in 1970.
So you stopped by and what's the reason for the visit?
I wanted to see my mama. I hadn't seen her in a couple of months and had been traveling and I wanted to see my mom.
What day do you think you got there?
I got there that Thursday.
And what time do you think you got there?
Leaving on probably that Thursday afternoon.
Did you have any specific plans with your mom, or was it just kind of a mother-daughter visit?
She had shared that she needed a new wash and dryer. I told her I would come by. Upon stopping by, we was going to go out and shopping for that wash and dryer.
Did you all do that?
We didn't do that until that Sunday, which was the 23rd of February.
And where did you go to shop for a washer dryer?
We went to Home Depot in Augusta.
Who drove?
I did.
Did you take your car?
I did.
And did you find a washer dryer?
We left for Augusta around noon, and I went into Home Depot, and immediately I felt bad. Had been fine all day, all week, and when I got to Home Depot, I got really, really sick. And I looked at my mom. I was like, "Hey, we gotta do this another day. I'm just sick." So we returned home.
How long did it take you to get home?
It was about 30 minutes.
What'd you do when you got home?
I laid on the couch. My mom was sitting in her recliner, and I got on the couch. I took something for a cold, and I laid on the couch.
That's what I was about to ask you. Did you take anything that would put you to sleep or anything like that?
Yes, I did. I thought it was a cold, but now I think back at it, maybe it was some symptoms of COVID, because COVID was coming during that time. But I just began to feel really, really bad.
How long do you think that you laid on the couch?
For hours. I mean, we got back about 2, 3, and I was there when I received the call.
And you say you received a call. Did you have a cell phone at the time?
I did.
That seems like a silly question. But what kind of phone was it? Was it an Android, iPhone?
Of course, it was an iPhone.
Okay, all right. When you send a text message, does it come up blue?
Yes, it does.
All right. With the iPhone, if for anybody that doesn't know, when you call, for example, if you have someone, or if you have someone's number stored in your phone, does it pop up their name?
It does.
And if you do not have someone's number stored in their phone, what will come through? What will you see on your phone?
Like an unknown caller.
Okay. Sometimes do you see the 10 digits of the area code followed by the 7?
I do.
In your experience with your phone, your iPhone, sometimes is there a difference between seeing those 10 digits and unknown caller?
Well, there's a big difference. I mean, with the number, you see the numbers, and with the unknown caller, you see nothing but that unknown caller.
Now, you talk about the unknown caller. How long after you laid down do you think that call came through?
About 3 hours, because it came through around 6:30.
And when you say unknown caller, was that what actually came up on your phone, or was it the 10 digits?
No, it was no numbers. It just was unknown caller.
When you saw unknown caller, what kind of went through your mind?
I needed to answer because, like I shared earlier, I travel for work. I have kids, I have grandkids, and normally I always think that something's going to happen. I'm not going to be around, so I always answer those unknown calls.
Did you answer that?
I did.
Who was on the other one?
The male speaker identified himself as I can't remember whether he said Sean or Stephen. His name was Sean or Stephen Lowry. He was an investigator for Glenn County Police Department.
Had you ever met him before?
No.
So you hear that the police are on the other end of the line. Do you have a concern at this point?
Yes.
What are your concerns?
That something is wrong.
So what do you say to the person on the other end of the line?
I just said hello, and he identified himself. He asked me, was I Wanda? I told him yes. He then went on to share that he was at my front door in Brunswick. I immediately shared that I wasn't there. I was at my mom's.
And him saying that he's at your front door, did that get concern as well?
Yes.
Why?
If an officer is at your front door, you know it's something bad.
Did you find out what happened?
Yes.
What did you find out?
The officer shared that Ahmad was committing a burglary. He was confronted with the homeowner. There was a struggle over the firearm, and Ahmad was shot and killed.
What was your first reaction?
Honestly, I don't even think I had a reaction. I just was shocked. I know that I had to step up as being mom. I had to take care of my mom who was sitting right beside me. So the call ended as soon as he told me that. I told him thank you, and we ended the call.
Challenge you or question what you did. You didn't ask you further questions.
Mr. Fowler, I had heard enough. I mean, he just explained that one of my kids, actually my baby boy was no longer here on earth with me. So I had no other questions at that time. Yes,
What did you do next? Did you tell your mom?
I did.
You all did.
My mom was not good. I had to comfort her, but at the same time, I knew I had to be strong for her. And then I reached out to my sisters and brothers that live locally.
Did you make contact with them?
I did.
And so what did they do?
Along with my sisters, my best friend came, and within like an hour, my mother's living room was filled with people.
So how about what time is this that everyone's kind of filled?
I got the call about 6:30, so I said about 8. The house was full.
How did you say the house is full? How many people is that?
About 15 people.
So leading into that night, this is early evening. Can I tell you what goes on in the house? After that night, people go to bed, do people stay up? Just generally what happens.
I didn't go to bed. My mom didn't go to bed. The people who were there, they eventually left when they thought we were okay. The next morning, we got up early, about 9. I knew I needed to come back to Brunswick because Ahmad was living at home alone. And if he had went out for a run, I knew he hadn't locked my front door. So it was important for me to come home and check on my house.
Did you go to your house?
I did.
Was anybody with you when you went to the house?
Yes, my mom.
Was anybody at your house?
No.
So you get to your house. Do you do a general check of your house?
Yes, and like I said earlier, Ahmad expected to go out running and come back. And like I thought, my front door was left open.
So that day, do you recall what you did that day?
I remember just driving into the neighborhood, just trying to determine where it could have happened at. I was looking for like crime scene tape, just something to identify what happened yesterday, but I didn't see anything.
Now, you said yesterday, and that's what I was about to ask you. What day of the week is this? Do you remember?
This is a Monday.
And you said you drove around. How did you know where to go?
Because Quez, he ran a lot. And I know he would run typically in my neighborhood until the highway of Highway 17.
And when he would go out, did you find, or when you went out, did you find anything? Did you see anything?
I didn't see anything, which I thought was very weird.
How long do you think that, and did your mom ride with you?
Yes.
How long did you all stay out looking?
For about an hour, because I didn't know where it happened at, and I just wanted to know what happened.
At this point, are you starting to develop any questions about who, what, where, why, when, how, all that sort of stuff?
Yes, and I kind of thought at myself for not asking those questions while I had the investigator on the line. But I just drew a blank and I didn't get any information at all.
Did you try to contact anybody at this point?
No.
Okay.
The biggest thing, the most important thing at that time was to lay Ahmad to rest. And that was my main focus at that time.
So after you did that, did you do anything for the rest of the day?
No, we stayed in Brunswick, not very long. I got some clothes, make sure my house was secured, and I went back to Waynesboro.
Had you been told at this point that anybody had been identified as a shooter? Anybody had been taken into custody, detained, interview, anything like that?
I knew nothing.
Had you received any contact from the district attorney's office?
No,
Had you received any contact from Jackie Johnson?
no,
Other than the initial phone call, had you received any contact from any law enforcement, whether it's the prosecutor's office or police department or the sheriff's office or anything?
no,
Now, at this point, had you received any contact, even through the end of Monday, from George Barnhill's office?
no.
So we make it through Monday. Do you remember Tuesday?
Not really.
What's the next thing that you remember?
Probably Tuesday afternoon late, when a local mortician told me that he had went to Savannah and he had picked up Ahmaud, and Ahmaud was now at his funeral home.
You said that went to pick him up in Savannah.
Yes,
Do you know why he had been moved to Savannah?
sure. They said they had to do an autopsy.
So you had heard from you said you heard from the mortician.
Mhm. No, we made plans to meet that Wednesday around lunch to make the arrangements.
So all day Tuesday, again, same questions. Did you hear anything from the police department?
No, sir.
Did you hear anything from the Boone County District Attorney's Office?
No, sir.
Do you know which district attorney's office George Barnhill was the district attorney?
No,
Let me answer this way. Did you hear anything from the Cross District Attorney's Office?
no, sir. No, sir.
Wednesday, you said you had plans on Wednesday. Tell me about Wednesday.
Wednesday about lunchtime, we had set an appointment to go and make the final arrangements. The mortician had agreed with my sister that we would be able to see the body. But when we got there, he said that he would suggest that we saw him in the way that he was spawned in. He didn't think it would be good. So we couldn't see him.
So what did you do when you couldn't see?
Much. I mean, just thinking about, I left my son home. I left him home perfect. And now he's in a position where I can't see my baby boy. It wasn't good at all.
Wednesday. Did you hear from the district attorney?
No, sir.
Did you hear from George Barnhill?
No, sir.
Jack Johnson?
No, sir.
Did you hear from the police department?
No, sir.
Do you have any answers?
No, sir.
So Thursday.
Just trying to prepare myself for the weekend. And now that I look back, I probably should have been asking questions then, but I didn't know I had reasons to actually ask questions at all.
Do you have any memory of what you did on Thursday at all?
No,
Generally through this time, is there family around you?
all the time.
Thursday, did you hear from anyone at the police department?
No, sir. No, sir.
Did you hear anyone from your department?
No, sir.
Do you know maybe which town?
No, I had no knowledge of of any of that.
At that point, had you ever heard his name?
No, sir.
So let's go to Friday. Would that have been the day before Ahmaud's funeral?
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, because the family was able to go and view his remains at lunchtime. I did.
How long did you do
About an hour.
that? Do anything else?
No, I just basically was just trying to prepare myself for the funeral that Saturday. No, sir. No, sir.
When I say that,
No, sir.
did you hear from the,
No, sir.
anybody?
No. No, sir. But I was getting concerned because one of my best friends lived here in Brunswick. And when she arrived at Waynesboro that Friday afternoon, she said, Wanda,
Please don't tell us what she said, but
well, I learned that Ahmaud wasn't actually committing a burglary, that he actually was killed in the street Friday.
Have you heard about that anywhere else?
No, sir.
So you get that information. Do you personally believe it to be true? Do you have more questions? And can I describe at that point what you believe about the information?
Coming from the source, I believed it. Of course, I was in disbelief because I was told something totally different on Sunday.
So you get this information from, you said a friend from
Yes.
Waynesboro?
No, she actually resides in Brunswick.
You mentioned something, did you mention something about Waynesboro just a moment ago?
No, she came to Waynesboro that Friday.
Okay.
She
sorry
did.
about
Mhm.
that. So, right.
Mhm. No, sir. No, sir. No, sir.
Let's go to the day that you laid your son to rest, Saturday.
Mhm.
What did you do in the morning?
Got up. I knew that day was going to be tough. And we had been preparing myself mentally for that day, but that Saturday morning I woke up, I was a mess.
What family is with you at the house?
Basically, all the family, because that's where we met before we went to the church.
And did you all travel together to the church?
Yes,
What time was the funeral?
at 11.
Prior to the funeral, did you hear from the police department?
No, sir.
Did you hear from the Glenn County District Attorney's Office?
No, sir.
Did you hear from the Waycross District Attorney's Office?
No, sir.
I'm going to come back to this later, but as you sit there now, do you know what a victim advocate is?
No. Oh, I do know now, but back then I didn't.
We'll come back to it, but had you heard from a victim advocate
No, sir.
from the Glenn County District Attorney's Office,
No, sir.
from the Waycross District Attorney's Office?
No, sir.
At this point, had you heard anything about the case being reassigned?
No, sir.
How long did you know?
About an hour and a half.
And afterward, was there a reception, repast, something like
We had a repast at the church. That's what they call them, but it wasn't a celebration to me at all.
So, did you hear from anybody? Police department,
No, sir.
Glenn County District Attorney's Office?
No, sir.
Did you hear from that?
No, sir.
Did you hear from Barn Hills District Attorney?
No, sir.
Did you hear from that there?
No, sir.
Had you heard from George Barn?
No, sir.
Had you heard from Jackie Johnson?
No, sir.
After the funeral, at some point did you, well, I don't want to say at some point, did you begin to have more questions? Did you begin to focus on kind of the questions that you still may have?
Yes.
What did you do?
The week before we laid him out to rest, I had said to myself that I needed to not deal with what actually happened, but to just focus on getting my son laid to rest properly. But I knew when I left that cemetery that I had to go to work. I had to find out what really happened, because not only was my siblings asking me what happened, I remember that Saturday after the funeral, and I was asked more than once, Wanda, what happened? And I didn't know what happened.
When somebody would ask you what happened, what would be your response?
I don't know, but I'm gonna find out.
So do you remember the first time that you did anything to try to find out what happened?
Sure, that Monday morning, I think it would have been March 2nd. I woke up that morning and I called the Glenn County DA's office.
And let me kind of back up a little bit. At this point, had you heard anything from the police department other than the original call?
No, sir.
Had you heard from the Glenn County District Attorney's office?
No, sir.
Had you heard from George Barnhill's office?
No, sir.
All right. So
Why are you walking away from the mic? You keep
Because-
walking away from the mic, y'all.
I thought that the district attorney's office would be my best source to get me some clear answers.
why not call George Barnhill's office?
At that time, I wouldn't have had that knowledge, because Barnhill is actually out of Ware County, and it wouldn't do me any good if the crime was committed in Glenn. Why would I call Ware County?
Is the town of Waycross in Ware County?
Yes.
So would we be okay, right now, I say Waycross District Attorney's office? Could we call that the Barnhill's office?
Yes, sir.
So, you called who did you reach at the district attorney's office here in Glenn County?
When I called, it was a male, and I think he identified himself as Mr. Spalding.
What did you ask?
I asked, was there a case there? I needed some information about the killing of my son that happened on the 23rd.
Or to someone, or did the person on the other line speak to you?
I wasn't transferred. He went on to tell me that there was no case for my Arbery in their office.
And at that point, did that end the conversation?
Yeah.
So if there was no case there, where did you think would be the best place to go next?
As I think back, I'm not sure who told me the case was in Ware County, but I didn't gain the information off of that phone call.
But let me ask it this way. Did you eventually call the Waycross District Attorney's?
I did.
And did at some point you ascertain some sort of information that would tell you to call it?
Yes.
What did you call?
I called there. It was probably that same day.
Can you be 100% sure it was that same day?
Mr. Fowle, I can't tell you. That was like 4 years ago. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But it happened shortly after I called Glenn County.
And no need to apologize, just the best of your recollection.
Yes, sir.
Um,
I Googled it.
Did you call the number you found?
I did.
All right. Who did you reach, if you can recall, who did you reach when you called the district attorney's office in Waycross?
It was a female. I can't remember. I didn't get her name, but I identified myself as who I was and why I was calling.
And were you transferred to someone, or did that person give you answers or be unable to answer your question, if that makes sense?
She told me that there was not a case there for Mount Auburn.
So did you end that call, or did she end the call?
No, because I went on to say that I had heard that the case was there, and the case was there.
So did you ask more questions in that phone call?
I wanted to talk to the DA. Eventually he did get on the line,
Okay, and when we say the DA, who is that?
George Barnhill.
Was this the first time you had ever talked to George Barnhill?
Yes,
Had you ever heard his name before?
no,
And did you speak to him?
I did.
How long did the call go?
About 3 minutes tops.
And how much detail were you told about Ma's death?
Again, I identified myself as who I was. I asked him, did he have any information on what actually happened to Quez? And he shared with me that he traveled to Brunswick briefly last week. And he didn't have a lot of information. The only thing that he can share with me that my son was shot more than once with a shotgun.
Did you get any other information?
No, sir.
After that, maybe some goodbyes or something like that, did the phone call in?
No, I noticed that when he was speaking to me, it was very, very nonchalantly. And I shared with him at that time, I said, okay, but I'm not going anywhere. And then he responded with something like, who told you to go anywhere? And I explained that, I asked you several questions and this is the only thing that you can actually address. And I ended the call.
All right. So at this point, do you still have questions?
Yes,
You have a lot of questions?
yes.
What did you do next?
Well, I had just talked to Mr. Barnhill. It was very important to find out who George Barnhill was.
When you say that, and I don't want you to, at this point, do you know he's the district attorney?
Yes,
Did you call someone next?
not that day I did it.
So what did you do next?
What did I do next?
If you remember.
I can't remember.
All right, that's okay. So at this point, you know that Mr. Barnhill has the case. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And do you recall what the next contact you have with law enforcement, whether it be a district attorney's office, whether it be a police department or any Georgia Bureau of Investigation, anybody? Do you recall what the next contact you had with anyone was?
Sure. Being that George Barnhill couldn't tell me what actually happened, I thought it was very important that I talked to the investigator who was actually there that afternoon.
Okay.
So I called the Glenn County Police Department, and I was actually able to get the voicemail of the investigator, Lowry.
Did you leave him a voicemail?
I did.
What kind of voicemail did you leave?
Just identifying who I was and why I was calling, and a return call. Yep.
So let me ask you kind of a blunt question. How come you didn't call earlier than that?
Because, like I said earlier, the first week it happened, I had to concentrate on what was important at that time. And I learned that Ahmaud wasn't killed committing a burglary. He was actually killed in the street. And that was very conflicting. And I thought it was very important that I talked to the young man who actually gave me that information.
All right. So you left him a voicemail. Did you get a call back?
No, sir.
Did you try contacting anyone else?
No, sir.
So what's the next thing that you remember in terms of talking to law enforcement?
I remember just every morning for like 2 weeks, upon getting out of bed, I would call this investigator Lowry, and just with hopes that he would call me back.
Did he call you back?
No, sir.
So all this is kind of happening. Are you getting any answers from anybody?
No, sir. Well, the next phone call I received, I did receive a phone call back from a male speaker who identified himself as Lieutenant John.
Okay. And do you know where he worked?
He said Glenn County Police Department.
Okay. And did he identify why he was calling you?
John, I'm going to object.
Did he identify why he was calling?
I guess the question is, what is the purpose of the phone call? Not what was the contents of the phone call. What is the purpose of the phone call?
I was overruled. Pardon?
That'll be, excuse me, pardon my seat. That'll be the content and that will be hearsay.
overruled to the extent that you're going to question her.
But let me ask it this way. Do you know what the topic of the phone call was?
Yes.
What was the topic of the phone call?
He shared that.
Don't get into the conversation.
Okay.
Not exactly what Lieutenant Jump said, but generally what was the topic of the phone call?
He wanted to know whether he could be of any help because I had been calling his investigator every day.
Okay. Now, what did you tell him?
I asked him, I told him that I was the mother of Ahmad and I had questions from the investigator who came to my home.
And without telling us exactly what Lieutenant Jump told you, did you get an answer to that?
No, sir.
Without telling us exactly what he told you, was he able to provide you details? Those details, maybe details of the case.
No, sir.
And so did you walk away with any more details about the case? Any answers?
No, sir.
Did you get a contact of the lead investigator?
No, sir.
Did you make any progress in your attempts to find out more information in that phone call?
No, sir.
Okay. All right. So what happens next?
At that point, I was losing hope because at the same time, I lost my son. My whole life had just changed. Wasn't able to return back to work in the mental state that I was in. And most importantly, I didn't know what happened to my baby.
At some point, did you receive a phone call from the Waycross District Attorney's Office?
I think the next time I spoke to them is when I called their office. After I learned that his son was an employee over in Glenn County, I called them back.
Let me kind of break that down a little bit. When do you think you made this phone call in relation to when Ahmad was killed?
It was weeks after.
When you say weeks, would you think it was 2, 3 weeks, 12 weeks, 14 weeks? I know you don't have an exact date.
I don't, and I can't tell you whether it was 2 weeks. I just know that I don't know. I mean, my whole world was just turned. I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. I'm just asking. So you said that his son, whose son?
George Barnhill.
And you said that you learned that he worked where?
In the DA's office over in Brunswick.
Is that what we call the Glenn County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, sir.
And who did you speak with at the Waycross District Attorney's Office?
She identified herself then as the victim's advocate.
Is that the first time you'd ever spoken to a victim?
Yes, sir.
And did you at that point find out what a victim advocate is and what they do?
No, sir.
So what did you tell them?
That I needed to speak to someone because I had major concerns that his son worked in the district attorney where the case was, and I really needed to speak to someone.
Were you transferred to anybody at that point, or did you get to speak to somebody?
No, sir.
Were you promised to call back or anything?
Several times.
So you were told somebody would call you back. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right. And did that in the phone call?
Yes.
So what is the next contact that you have?
About a week or so later, I received a call from that same victim's advocate stating that
Don't get into the contents, please, of the conversation.
What was the topic of the conversation?
that George Barnhill was recusing himself from the case.
And did you speak to Mr. Barnhill himself?
No, sir.
Who called you?
The victim's advocate.
Okay. How long did this phone call last?
A minute tops.
Did anybody else discuss that?
No, sir.
Were you shown any paperwork?
No, sir.
Did anybody discuss with you whether there have been any meetings about the killing?
But George Barnhill did share that he traveled to Brunswick briefly the day after it happened, but that was the only information I was given.
Other than that, but other than that, had anybody mentioned that there were meetings, discussions, or
No, sir. No, sir.
anybody from the White Cross?
No, sir. No, sir.
So you learned that the Waycross DA's office is getting out of the case, for lack of a better way of putting it. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear from the Waycross District Attorney's Office again?
No, sir.
What happens next?
I got a call from, I think his name is Durden from Liberty County. It's saying that he was the DA that had been assigned to the case.
Is his name Tom Durden?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Durden, did you call him first?
No.
So he initiated the call with you.
Yes, sir.
How long after you had your conversation with the person at the Waycross District Attorney's Office did Mr. Durden call you?
About a week, I'm not sure, but it wasn't too long, about a week or so.
How long did your call with Mr. Durden last?
It lasted about a couple of minutes. He identified himself. I shared my concerns.
Did he listen to your concerns?
He did.
And did you learn about where the case involving Ahmaud was going?
Yeah, he told me he had the case, and he was going to consult with the grand jury.
Were you satisfied at that point with what he told you?
Yes.
Did you feel like Mr. Durden treated you differently than your prior interactions with other officers?
I would say yes. He did share a little bit of hope that he's taking it to the grand jury. So all I wanted was someone to go to jail. And I thought I was getting closer to that.
And at this point, was that the first, other than the initial call from the Glenn County Police Department? Well, let me not answer. So it's with Mr. Durden's office. What's the next contact that you have?
The next contact I think I had after Durden had it was I was called by the GBI.
Is that the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, sir.
And do you recall who called you?
Yes, it was Officer Dial and another officer, but I can't remember his name.
You say Officer Dial. Is it possible that his title is Agent Dial?
Oh, yes.
Okay, I'm not trying to correct you or anything. Did you all talk about the case in depth, or was it a brief phone call to just kind of let you know that GBI was involved? Or?
It was basically brief.
And what was the topic? Not what Agent Dial told you, but what was the topic?
Well, the topic I had and at that time was when somebody was going to be arrested.
And did you understand that there needed to be an investigation?
Yes.
And were your concerns satisfied at the moment that someone was working on the case?
And it was like hope.
And at this point, do you understand, or did you understand that Tom Durden's office was the prosecuting office and the GBI was now part of the investigation?
Yes, sir.
And okay, so you have these two things going on. What kind?
I think the next couple of days that they called back and they did like an official interview of myself. I did that off with Agent Dial.
You say official interview. Where'd that interview happen?
Over the phone.
Okay. How long did that interview last?
About 30 minutes.
Did you feel like they asked you a lot of questions, that sort of stuff?
Yes, sir.
Trying to get information from you?
Yes.
Okay. What happens next?
I know the last thing I shared with Agent Dial was when we were going to get an arrest. And he shared that once.
Don't tell us what he said, please.
Okay, don't tell him what he said.
We're not trying to cut you off. We're
That's
just,
okay.
as Mr. Fowler said, trying to follow some rules here.
Set the rules, we got policy.
Okay.
So did he take your concern? Let me ask you
Yes, he did.
that. Were you satisfied?
I was.
Did you get the indication that they were working as hard as they could on it?
Yes.
What happens then?
I think the next big thing that happened was the video came out that Tuesday. Yes. No, sir. No, sir.
Did you see the video?
Not immediately, no.
Did you know that there was, for lack of a better term, a video out there?
Yes,
Did you try to avoid the video?
I did.
How long were you able to avoid the video?
I really didn't watch the video until, say, September of 21. And I only did that because I knew it was going to be shared in the trial that was going to take place in October, and I had to get familiar with it.
So, did you hear the video floating around?
But in the beginning, I was told that it was some video recordings of Quest stealing off of a boat and breaking in a car. So I knew it was videos out there, but I didn't know it was a video of him actually getting killed.
Going back to GBI, Mr. Durden's office,
Mhm.
what's the next thing that you hear from them?
The next time I talked to them, they told me they were still doing the investigation.
Are you satisfied that they're working the case?
Yes,
At the same time, do you want an arrest?
yes,
But at the same time, let me ask you a little directly. You understand that the GBI needs to do their job also?
yes.
And how long did you have to wait for?
I think the video came out that Tuesday, and that Thursday afternoon, I learned that there had been an arrest. My son.
Did you receive a call from law enforcement or the district attorney's office shortly afterward?
No, sir.
Okay. When did you hear from them next?
The case was then assigned to Cobb County, and I had a victim's advocate. She reached out and identified herself as who she was and told me if I had any questions or any concerns. She shared her phone number, all of her contact information.
So you say it was assigned to Cobb County. Do you mean the police department? Cobb County who?
Cobb County District Attorney's Office.
So as you're understanding, this is the 4th district attorney's office that you have heard of in this case.
Yes, sir.
So you said someone reached out. Do you remember her name? Or do you know her name?
Yes.
What's her name?
Cindy.
What city did-
Cindy is a victim's advocate in Cobb County.
did, you learn that-
I learned. They actually take the concerns of the victim, ask any questions that you may have, and just be that person for that victim.
Available for calls,
Yes,
questions,
yes,
answer questions to the best of your ability.
yes,
Did you have her cell phone?
I did.
Do you still call her?
Yes, we just talked. I mean, yes,
And did you sometimes call her just with questions?
yes, if I had questions, yes,
Was she able to answer your questions?
yes, sir.
It seemed to you as though you were getting a different level of communication now.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Well, actually, I didn't begin to get any kind of, anybody who showed me any concerns until the case was moved to Cobb County. Like I shared earlier, I didn't even know what a victim's advocate was. And I mean, I was just lost. I did.
And when I say the prosecutor, do you know Jesse Evans?
I do.
Who's Jesse?
He was the lead prosecutor of the case.
At some point, did a second prosecutor?
It did.
Who was that?
Danakoski.
All right, you talked to her. Right. So do you fairly regularly at this point keep in contact with the Cobb County District Attorney's
Your Honor,
Office?
I'm gonna object to the relevance of that.
What relevance does it have?
It's just timeline of her experience in this case.
Overruled.
Did you regularly talk to the Cobb County District Attorney's Office?
I did.
And at some point, did you learn that you have certain rights under the law?
Yes, sir.
Were you informed of those rights?
I was.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Thank you. Your Honor, I have nothing further from Ms. Cooper.
Examination.
Thank you. Ms. Cooper Jones, good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
My name is Keith Adam. You and I have never met before, is that true?
True.
I'm one of the attorneys who represents Ms. Johnson, and I'd like to ask you just a couple of questions if I can, if you don't mind.
Yes, no problem.
And please understand that the questions I ask are informational, aimed towards getting some information out. And I do want to start off by expressing my sympathy for the death of Mr. Arbery. Okay. But I do have to ask you these questions.
No problem.
Let me ask you, I want to kind of focusing on a timeline, okay? In terms of when you received information and who you received it from, and to some extent what you were told, okay?
Go ahead.
In 2020, on the 23rd of February, you are at home after coming back from Home Depot, is that true?
That is correct.
You're in Waynesboro with your mom, and you were laying down on the couch and you received a phone call at about 6:30 that evening, true?
True.
The call was from someone who identified themselves, as you've indicated, as a Stephen or Stephen Lowry. And you knew that that person was an investigator with the Glenn County Police Department.
That's what he shared.
Okay. So at that moment, the information that you're receiving is coming, as far as you know, from the Glenn County Police Department. They're the ones who are involved at that point, true?
Yes.
Okay. And what that gentleman told you, that representative of the Glenn County Police Department told you, was that your son had been killed.
He actually shared that Ahmaud had been in the midst of a burglary.
Right. And I do want to get into all the details of what he told you, but what he told you essentially, that you would later come to find out was not true, was that your son was supposedly committing a burglary somewhere, right?
Yes.
That's what Glenn County's telling you, right?
Yes.
And that he was confronted by the homeowner or somebody at the location. There was a struggle, and that Mr. Arbery, God forbid, was killed at that time. Is that true?
Yes.
Okay. This representative, this investigator, detective, officer with the Glenn County Police Department did not give you much more information than that, did you? Did he?
No.
You had no idea, of course, at that time what was going on back at the scene. You don't know, and you didn't know then who was talking to whom, right?
No.
You didn't speak to any other investigator that day other than Lowry. You didn't speak to Stephanie Oliver, did you?
No.
No one else from Glenn County Police Department called you other than Mr. Lowry on that day, is that right?
That is correct.
You would, this might be a silly question, of course, you would have no way of knowing what was going on with who you would later come to learn, Travis McMichael, Greg McMichael, Roddy Bryant. You didn't know what was going on with them.
I didn't know there were even players that I didn't even know anything about them at that time.
Officer Lowry with the Glenn County Police Department never shared with you that they were letting these guys just kind of walk freely and go down to the police department by themselves. They didn't tell you that, did they?
No, sir.
You had never met, knew anything about anyone named Jackie Johnson at that time.
No, sir.
In fact, if I remember correctly from a conversation you had with Mr. Fowler back in June of 2022, you have never, to this day, never had a phone conversation with Miss Jackie Johnson.
No, sir.
Okay. The only time that you ever had any communication, any contact with Miss Jackie Johnson was sometime after the video had come out when you saw her outside of this courthouse. Isn't that true?
I saw her outside, yes.
And you were driving by and you called to her and she came to you and she gave you a hug, did she not?
I can't remember. I don't think we gave a hug.
Okay.
I don't think we hugged.
Okay. The next day, after you got this news from Glenn County, on the 24th, you traveled back to Brunswick. Is that true?
Ask the question again. I'm sorry.
On the 24th, the day after Mr. Arbery was killed, you traveled back to Brunswick. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And I heard you say that you kind of went to the area, you kind of drove around, but you did not see anything at all.
Exactly.
Now, on this day, this is Monday now, the 24th. And I heard some questions asked by the prosecutor about whether you heard from this person or that person. Did anyone else from the Glenn County, well, strike that. As far as you knew, the entity that would have been investigating this crime would have been the Glenn County Police Department. True?
I would say that's true.
All right. You did not hear anything from, Lowry didn't call you anymore. No one else from the Glenn County Police Department, the people investigating the case, contacted you on the 24th, the Monday, to tell you anything whatsoever, did they?
No, but I can't say no one called me at all.
Right, and I'm getting there, Miss Cooper Jones. But what I'm asking you is specifically in regards to the entity, the people, the police officers who are conducting this investigation. None of them from Glenn County PD called you, made contact with you on Monday the 24th. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
You had no way of knowing on Monday the 24th that anyone named George Barnhill was making contact with the Glenn County Police Department. You didn't know that at that time, did you?
No.
You were asked a little while ago, and I know it's been a long time, and I'm not challenging your memory, but I do want to ask you about the timeline and your contact with different individuals, okay?
Okay.
I want to ask you about the 27th. All right, so Monday's the 24th, and we got Tuesday the 25th, Wednesday the 26th. I want to focus in on Thursday the 27th of February of 2020, okay? Mr. Fowler asked you whether or not you'd had any communication with anyone, the Glenn County DA's office, Waycross DA's office, anytime that week. And I think your response was that you did not hear from anyone or did not speak with anyone on the 27th of February.
And the 27th would be that Thursday?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
All right. Isn't it true, though, if you think back now, that on the 27th of February, that you actually placed a phone call to the State of Georgia Attorney General's office? Isn't that true?
I wouldn't say it happened that fast, but I did call Atlanta to the yes, I did.
Okay.
I don't think it was the 27th though.
All right. But what I'm saying, the Attorney General's office, I'm talking about the same office that this gentleman works for. All right.
Yes.
But you don't think that you called them on the 27th?
No, I know I made a call to that office, and the reason why I made that call is because I was calling George Barnhill's office and I wasn't getting any calls back. So I thought if I would call that office, that they can help me find some answers.
And thinking back, do you have a recollection that, again, on the Thursday, the 27th of February of 2020, that you actually did make contact with someone in George Barnhill's office? Isn't that true?
No, because I would say that I have to challenge that because during that week, I lost my son that Sunday.
Yes, ma'am.
And I don't think I made any phone calls that week.
Do you remember, does the name Tammy Horlock ring a bell to you at all?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you not remember speaking to someone on the 27th of February in the Waycross DA's office and then being connected with George Barnhill on that very day, on the 27th?
It may have been, but I did share earlier that I did talk to someone. She shared the case wasn't there, and then he did eventually get on the phone. The day of the week it was, I don't know.
Okay, but you do remember having a conversation where with George Barnhill, where there was some discussion about them being the Waycross DA's office, waiting for some autopsy reports or medical reports. Do you remember that?
He shared with me that he traveled to Brunswick briefly.
Yes, ma'am.
He didn't have much information to share, but he told me that Ahmaud was shot. He said, your son was shot more than once with a shotgun. He may have shared that we was pending an autopsy. I'm not sure, but that those things were the only things that I really remembered because those things was very important.
Okay. And, but it was clear to you whenever that conversation was, and I'm going to say it was the 27th, but you say you don't remember it being that day, right? But whenever that conversation was, it was clear that at that point, the entity that was handling the case was the Waycross DA's office. You knew that at that point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That was information you had gotten from the Attorney General's office also, isn't that right?
I'm not sure where I learned that from. And when I called the Attorney General's office, I think I already gave that information.
Okay. And so once you knew that the Waycross DA's office was now handling the case and the Glenn County DA's office was not. You knew that, right?
Yes.
All right. And so these questions that you've been getting about, well, okay, did anyone from Glenn County DA's office call you? Did anyone from Jackie Johnson call you? At some point, and again, we might disagree about the date, but at some point, you knew that the entity that was responsible for following up on this case was Waycross.
Yeah, and that was kind of shocking because if the crime occurred in Glenn County, why was it over in Waycross?
Right. And you knew at some point that there was you heard the word conflict mentioned, right?
After the fact.
Okay.
I mean, it would have been very helpful that in the midst of them passing the case around, that someone should have called to let me know what was going on. I mean, that would have helped out very tremendously.
Sure.
Yes.
Well, let me ask you though, those times when you were calling, for example, the Attorney General's office, did the Attorney General's office at any time take a moment to say, you know what, this is the reason that it's gone from this office to another one? Did they do that?
No.
Okay. In fact, there were, we talk about whether or not people called you or contacted you. There were several times when you called the Attorney General's office to get some information, left a message, and never heard back from them.
I disagree.
Let me ask you about two dates specifically.
Okay.
On March the 30th, right, and I know I'm jumping ahead a little bit because we kind of started at the week of that 2024, but on March the 30th of 2020, you called George Barnhill's office because you had learned that George Barnhill, the DA, his son worked as an assistant DA in Glenn County, right?
That is correct.
You wanted him off of the case.
That is correct.
Right? You contacted the Attorney General's office the very next day on March the 31st to tell them, I want this guy off the case. And you left him a message. Is that true?
Yes. I'm not sure. I mean, if I called, I called.
Right.
I'm not sure.
They never called you back, the Attorney General's office, when you left them that message, did they?
I can't say yes or no, sir. I can't remember that.
Okay. The video came out in May, but before that, in April, about April the 6th, if you remember this, there was this letter that had come out from George Barnhill talking about him recusing himself or getting off the case. Do you remember that?
I do.
The next day, on April the 7th, you contacted the Attorney General's office to discuss with them the reassignment of the case. You remember that?
I can't remember that, sir.
Do you remember leaving a voicemail message on April the 7th at about 2:54 p.m. at the Attorney General's office and them never calling you back?
Sir, I have to also remind you that I had just lost my son in February.
Yes, ma'am.
And from that day that I lost Ahmad, I had turned into a mini investigator. So a lot of the questions that you asked me, I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay. Okay. And listen, you do not have to apologize.
Thank you.
If you remember, you do. If you don't, you don't. That's fine.
Okay.
I want to ask you about early on, after you, God forbid, after you buried your son.
Yes.
She's not gonna fold, y'all. That's why he got quiet, because he realized that the jurors was looking at him in a certain way. So he had to calm down. You see how his voice went softer?
You learned, and the date would be right around March the 5th of 2020. You learned, and in fact, you spoke to the Attorney General's office about it. You learned that your ex-husband, Marcus Arbery, Ahmad's dad, had met with the Glenn County DA's office, had met with Jackie Johnson. You found that out.
Yes, I don't know. I mean, I knew he was meeting with them on the exact dates. I don't know.
Right. Now, you and Marcus Arbery had been married previously and were divorced. Is that right?
No, we were never married, sir.
Okay. And I apologize. I thought you had said that in speaking with the Attorney General's office. If I read that wrong, I apologize.
That's wrong.
But you all were separated. You all were not together at this time. Is that correct? Okay.
No, sir.
In fact, I think you told Mr. Steinberg in your interview that prior to this incident, you had not seen Mr. Marcus Arbery for some period of time. Is that about right?
That is
I'm
correct.
going to object to relevance. I think we're starting to get a little far what the relevance in this case is.
Well, it goes to contact that this witness would have had with another person who had contact with the DA's office.
Don't go down the road too far, Ty. That's as quick as you can.
Gotcha. You learned that Marcus Arbery and two other individuals, a family member and a friend, had met with Jackie Johnson's office. Is that right?
Objection, hearsay.
I'm not asking what anyone said, whether she found.
Okay.
Did you learn that had
I
taken
knew
place?
that. I was told. I'm not sure who told me,
Okay.
but I heard that he had spoke to Jackie Johnson. And I added to that is if the case is not in Glenn County, I was unsure why he would be meeting with Jackie Johnson.
Right, but you did not know how it is that because he didn't tell you, Marcus Arbery, how he came to go to Jackie Johnson's office. You didn't know that, did you?
No.
Okay. All you knew is that there was this meeting that had taken place on March the 4th, and you called Jackie Johnson's office on March the 5th. Is that accurate?
I don't know what dates I called. I'm sorry, sir.
That's fine, ma'am. Am I correct that you called Jackie Johnson's office on March the 5th to find out why you were not included in that meeting?
I'm not sure, sir, but that, if I asked that question, that probably was true.
Do you remember having a conversation with a Liberty Steward?
I've never heard of that name before.
Okay. Spoke to someone named Vicky in the Glenn County DA's office?
Again, I can't remember names, sir.
Okay.
All I knew is I was making phone calls to where I thought I could find answers.
All right, but Mr. The Attorney General asked you some questions, and this is where I'm going with this. Asked you some questions about whether or not anyone ever reached out to you and so forth. There was obviously this meeting that took place between Mr. Arbery's father and the DA's office, but you don't know how that came about, right?
Sure.
And you don't know whether or not they just went to the DA's office and Ms. Johnson, as an elected official, as a caring person, just spoke to them. You don't know if that's how that happened.
No, sir.
And you don't know what the content of the conversation was that took place at that point.
No, sir.
Okay. Does the name Blythe, B-L-Y-T-H-E, Madam Court Reporter, Blythe Kelly, does that name ring a bell to you?
No, sir.
Do you remember whether or not at some point you called the Glenn County, Ms. Johnson's office, the Glenn County DA's office, and Blythe Kelly spoke to you and gave you some information and directed you to the Waycross DA's office? Do you remember that?
No, sir. And again, in that period in my life, I was just making phone calls,
Yes, ma'am.
trying to get some information on what happened.
All right. At some point, you became aware that what the Glenn County Police Department had been telling you was not true.
That is correct.
And I heard you say that you attempted to contact Lowry, Officer Lowry, and left several messages for that person. True?
That is correct.
The person you received a call back, he never called you back.
No, sir.
But you heard back from someone named Tom Jump, who, as you know, was a lieutenant in the Glenn County Police Department.
He shared his name with Lieutenant Jump. I didn't know his first name.
Didn't get much information from that person. That person with Glenn County PD didn't seem to have a whole lot of info to give you, did they?
No, sir.
You received a phone call from the GBI. I'm sorry, you called. Either you received a call or you spoke to someone at the GBI in early May. That would have been May the 6th, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Am I correct that the video came out on May the 5th? And then it was the next day, May the 6th, that the GBI's office became involved and contacted you? Does that sound about right?
If the Tuesday was the 5th, that is correct.
Okay. And so the GBI called you after that and they took a statement from you, is that correct?
Yes.
And shortly thereafter, the individuals who killed your son were arrested.
That is correct.
Even during that period of time, you knew that the entities, the departments, agencies who were involved in the investigation or making the decisions about what would happen regarding the death of your son was either Waycross or the GBI or the Attorney General, or ultimately Ware County or Mr. Durden's office.
I didn't think, did you say anything about Glenn County?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, I think Glenn County shared some responsibility as well because it happened in Glenn County and it was no one else from those other entities there but Glenn County.
Glenn County Police Department was there, were they not?
Yes, that's what I said.
Okay, all right, so we're not saying the Glenn County DA's office, are we?
But if it's the police department, I'm sure the DE's office would share some responsibility as well.
Even though they were not over the case, that it had gone to Waycross? I mean, did you have a full understanding from either the AG's office, if they care to tell you about it, that once Waycross has the case, that it's their case, it's not Glenn County's case anymore?
I do understand that, sir, but it would have been very, very helpful. And I would have really appreciated it as before, early on, say that Monday after it happened, to receive a phone call to let me know that the case was leaving Glenn County. You have to understand, I was a mother, not knowing much about anything.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And I do understand that. Knowing now, at some point, when you became aware that George Barnhill had become involved and had gone to Glenn County Police Department as early as Monday, the 24th of February of 2020. To use your words, it would have been proper for the Waycross DA's office, who had the case as of that day, to make contact with you, but they did not. True?
That's true, but I want to add to that. It would have been proper if the Glenn County DA's office, while calling Waycross, that they would have called me as well.
Did anyone from the Attorney General's office discuss with you that once an office like Glenn County has a conflict, whether it's 1:15 on Sunday afternoon or 6:30 on Sunday afternoon, that they can't have anything to do with the office anymore? Did the AG's office tell you that?
No, but I learned that. I know that if there's a conflict, that they couldn't have been handled where the conflict existed. But the only thing that I'm saying is that, and you must understand that my family and I was left in the dark for about 73 days without an arrest. And the majority of those days, we didn't have any information, sir.
Would you agree with me that you came to find out, maybe even from the first day that Lowry called you, that the Glenn County Police Department, they weren't considering your son to be a victim, were they?
No.
They were considering him and telling you wrongly that he was a, quote, perpetrator. Is that true?
That is correct.
The Glenn County Police Department from day one had been perpetrating what you would find out to be a lie to everyone about how this had taken place. Isn't that true?
That is correct.
That wasn't Jackie Johnson calling you at 6:30 on the 23rd, putting out this falsehood. That was Officer Lowry with the Glenn County Police Department. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Well, actually, and that is correct, but Jackie Johnson did not call me at all. And like I shared earlier, while she was calling George Barnhill, it would have been proper for her to call me as well.
I hear you say that you believe it would have been proper, but I want to go back to the question that I asked you before. Did anyone from the AG's office discuss with you that once there's a conflict, they can't have anything to do with the case?
It would have been polite, I would say, that in the midst of her calling George Barnhill's office, she would have called and said, Ms. Cooper Jones, I am the DA here in Glenn County. I cannot work the case. I'm going to forward this case over to Ware County. That's what I think would have been the best thing to do. And that would have shed light and gave me some information on what was going on.
Mr. Barnhill could have done that too, couldn't he?
Well, they all could have did it, but it wasn't done.
Thank you.
One moment, please.
He's not, never mind. said, never mind. Oh, God, that was it. Yeah. That was it on the thing. All right, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Oh, it's not done. Sorry. It's not done.
Ms. Cooper Jones, excuse me. Was there, I know that you gave a statement to the GBI at one point, true?
Mhm.
And I know that you met with or gave a statement to the Attorney General's office, correct?
Yes.
Was there ever any point where they showed you, you know what tracker is, that has a notation of calls received and that sort of thing? Did they ever show you anything like that?
No, sir.
Did they ever show you any logs of phone calls and memos about emails or text messages between yourself and, for example, the Attorney General's office? Did they ever show you any of those?
No, sir.
Did they ever show you any logs to try and refresh your memory about communication that you may have had with George Barnhill's office? Did they show you any of those?
No, sir.
How about logs from Glenn County that might have shown the dates and the times when you may have had communication with the Glenn County DA's office? They do that?
No, sir.
And so the dates that I've referenced when the phone calls may have taken place, of course, those are dates that I'm giving you, but you have no independent recollection of what those dates were.
Well, the one that on this 27th, that had to be the Thursday,
Yes, ma'am.
after my son was killed. I don't remember making any phone calls, but like I said, I may have, but all those other dates I can't recall, sir.
So just to be clear though, if someone were to say that you had had a conversation with the Attorney General's office on the 27th, and then subsequently had a conversation with the Waycross DA's office on the same day, the 27th, that would be their recollection, but it's not yours.
Ask that again. I'm sorry. I didn't get that.
If let's say someone from the Attorney General's office were to say, we spoke to Wanda Cooper Jones on the 27th of February, and we told her to contact Waycross. And then someone from Waycross says, yeah, we spoke to Wanda Cooper Jones on the 27th. That would not be.
And that sounds about right, because if they told me to call Waycross, I'm quite sure I called Waycross.
And that would have been on the same day you would have had a conversation with both of those entities.
Yes.
And I'm saying it's the 27th. You say it may
I
or may
can't remember the
not.
date, but I do
remember
remember
the date.
calling the AG's office. And again, I called the AG's office because I wasn't getting any phone calls back from anybody.
All right. Ms. Cooper Jones, I thank you.
You're right.
I have no reason.
All right,
Thank
y'all.
you.
That
I
was
appreciate
done.
it, man.
I'm going to end this now.
They should be excused.
You may be excused.
Thank you.
All right, it is 12 o'clock. We're going to take a lunch break.
All right, we went on to lunch, and then they brought the investigator, the not detective, no, like an expert on the responsibilities of a prosecutor and all of that. So I am getting ready to take my butt to bed. It's 10 o'clock, and I will share some more videos with you tomorrow. But I am going to take my butt to bed, okay? You guys have a great night. And hopefully some of you guys, I'll see you guys tomorrow in our affirmation before I go to court, okay? Don't forget, guys, to support this channel and help me to be able to be here next week, because it's a week by week type of thing of whether or not I'm able to stay. All right. So if you guys would like to help your sister out, somebody put in my what do you call it? My form of, let's see, what do you call that? When somebody can donate through is it form of payment? Form of donation, whatever that thing is. But here's my my Cash App, PayPal, Zelle, Venmo, Apple Pay. I take it all, okay? Cash App is infamous at $ at infamous Sylvia. PayPal is Dr. Momo at Yahoo. Zelle is sparks1565@gmail.com or 770-856-3091. Vimo is at Sylvia Parks. And PayPal is, Apple Pay is 770-856-3091. So I appreciate much. Thank you so much. And you want to hear more? Well, there'll be more tomorrow because I have a whole bunch. You remember I'm getting the whole thing, even when I'm not going to be there, because next Friday I have court myself, and then the following Monday I have court, so I will be in Georgia. But I did make arrangement with the camera guys for him to record it for me, because I'm going to leave him my SD card. So you guys, and when I come back that following Tuesday, I'll have the information for you. Yeah. You hear it in my voice? Yeah, I'm tired, JT. I'm tired. All right, you can go to sleep and let us hear more. You want to hear it while I go to sleep? Want me to play it while I go to sleep? I could play it now. I had no problem playing it. Y'all want to hear it? Y'all want me to finish playing it while I go to sleep? Okay, let me go ahead and play it. All right, let me go ahead and play it. All right, hold on. Now, don't be trying to call me and wake me up now.
For now. Okay.
Get my ringer up. Yeah, you're gonna have to wake me so I can go switch it to the next video. Cause all right, I will put my form of payment down so you guys can You're only gonna see it on my channel, okay? Subscribe, share.
You're still ready to come out and get them ready. He's getting ready, they're ready.
Hey, y'all, and I still have interviews that I did that you guys didn't get a chance to see. I got interviews. I got interviews with Lee Merritt, and I got interviews with his auntie. Now I'm getting an interview with his dad tomorrow.
Order, remain seated.
Are we ready for the jury?
I believe we are.
Yes, Judge, I've spoken to counsel. I believe we're going to both agree to admit two joint exhibits that we're both going to use just to save everybody time.
I'm all for that. I'll tell the jury this, just for your information. My intention is on a daily basis to stop between 4:30 and 5.
Yes, sir. If we have a witness,
5 at the latest, but,
we have a long witness at 4:20 or a 5-minute witness at 4:35. Should we just let the court know and just figure it out? Okay.
please. Okay. And keep me informed as to those time things, and I mean, we can work it out.
Yes, sir. Understood. The next witness is probably going to be a long witness, just for the court's edification.
Guys, I don't want to be rude to anybody. Can I just run outside, wash my hands? I'll be in by the time the jury is impounded.
Go ahead.
Thanks.
Certainly.
Still went to wash his hands.
Hold off on the jury just a minute, okay?
Yes, sir.
That's actually a good question, Judge. A lot of us over here at this table, if one of us is doing something and none of us involved at the time, do you mind if we need to step out? We just go quietly and come back in?
If you can do so without disturbing everybody else, that's
Okay.
fine.
All right, thank you.
And I know you can do that, so.
I can.
You won't get
What's that?
I guess I should have said just tread lightly.
Sorry.
Tread lightly.
Yes.
Now fast forward to the part where the guy come up there, because this is an empty space right here. Hold on.
The train.
Sorry. Okay.
All right, folks, welcome back. If you've continued to follow my instructions and have not discussed the case among yourselves, nor have you listened to any discussion of it, raise your right hands for me. Thank you. Let the record reflect all members of the jury have followed those instructions to this point. Just for your planning purposes, we will stop each afternoon between 4:30 and 5. So I'm giving you that information so you can, I know, we realize you have lives other than this. So that's for your planning purposes, okay? All right, call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Pete Scandalakis.
Pete Scandalakis. Come on down, please. Raise your right hand, please. The evidence you'll give is sworn or affirmed to be the truth, so help you God. Have a seat. Speak loudly enough so that the jury can hear you. Introduce yourself to them and spell your last name, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Peter John Scandalakis. My last name, you spell it Skandalakis.
I like this.
Can everybody hear me? Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And Judge, before I ask a question, spoken with Mr. Steele, we would tender joint exhibits number 1 and number 2, showing Mr. Steele now we've already discussed them.
Okay.
I love
No,
this witness.
1 and 2 are tendered and are jointly submitted to the jury,
Thank you, Your Honor.
or to the record for the jury to see.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Scandalakis.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fowler.
How you doing today?
I'm good, thank you.
Good, good. I know you've already given your name, but could you please tell the jury where you work and what you do?
I am the executive director for the Prosecuting Attorneys Council of Georgia. We are a state agency. We are tasked with the mission of being the fiscal agent for all state-paid prosecutors. We also train prosecutors, DAs, assistant DAs, investigators. We also train law enforcement officers. And we also have what is called a conflict team, in which when a DA is recused, we just assumed that last year when a DA is recused, I can assign some of my attorneys to prosecute those cases.
How many people do you supervise?
About 50.
How many attorneys do you have?
I have 12 resource attorneys. Those resource attorneys, for example, we have an animal abuse resource prosecutor who trains officers in how to investigate abuse of animals. We have a sexual assault resource prosecutor. We have capital litigation, a death penalty resource prosecutor. We have a gangs resource prosecutor. So every one of my prosecutors specializes in a certain field, and that's when we go out and do the training. And again, if we have a case that requires our assistance, I can send one of those prosecutors out there in the field. I also have 4 conflict prosecutors who can go out and assist DAs and solicitor generals when necessary.
Prior to being the executive director of Prosecuting Attorneys Council, where did you work?
I was the elected district attorney for the Coweta Judicial Circuit. It was a 5-county circuit just southwest of Atlanta, approximately 270,000 population. And I was the elected DA there for 7 terms, about 25 years.
And prior to being the elected district attorney, were you a prosecutor?
I was, right after leaving law school, I joined the DA's office in the Coweta Judicial Circuit. I joined that office in 1984 and was an assistant DA from 1984 till 1991 when I was appointed DA when my boss left to take another job. And then in 92, I ran my first election. And from 92 to the time I took over executive director, which was in January of 2018, I was the elected DA.
And when you were the district attorney, how many people did you supervise about, and if you remember?
In the neighborhood of 50 to 60.
How many prosecutors do you think?
I know I had 23 assistant DAs to cover the 5 counties.
And why do you know that number exactly?
Because I could never get more help. And every time I asked for help, then I couldn't get it.
It's fair. So at the same time that you had prosecutors, did you have investigators when you were with the district attorney's office?
Yes. The state provides you 1 state-paid investigator and the counties provide you the rest. So we had, as I recall, 6 or 7 investigators who worked with the assistant DAs.
What do the investigators do for the district attorney's office?
Now, there are 51 DAs. Everyone runs their office a little bit differently. My investigators did not go out in the field and investigate cases. What they did was review cases that were filed by local law enforcement. We had 26 separate law enforcement agencies that would file cases with our office. And if we had to do a follow-up, my investigators would take on that follow-up, but mostly they were pouring through the old files or the submitted files by law enforcement. And then they would tell law enforcement, well, we need this, we need that, go back and do this. And then law enforcement would do that. And let me also add, when we prepared for jury trials, obviously the investigators for the DA's office also participate in that, locating witnesses at times and things of that nature.
So you said that there are currently 51 different judicial circuits.
Correct.
Let me start with this question, which is back in 2020, how many judicial circuits were there?
49.
49. And how is a judicial circuit created?
By legislation.
So
let's, if we go back to 2019, did you say? 2020. When you go back to 2020, there were 49 DAs. Now, again, like I told you, they're all district attorneys. They're all different. So you will have multi-county circuits. For example, my circuit was a multi-county circuit. I had 5 counties that I had to receive cases from and prosecute felonies in 5 of those courtrooms. In 3 of those courtrooms, I also had the responsibility of prosecuting misdemeanors. But in other counties, for example, Douglas County, right next door to me, was a 1-county circuit. So the legislature creates circuits. Fulton County, which is known as the Atlanta Judicial Circuit, obviously that's a huge county. That's a 1-county circuit. DeKalb County, the same 1-county circuit. There's the Ogeechee County, which is an 8-county circuit. So we're as different as snowflakes.
Now, you said the Ogeechee Circuit. Do you mean the Ocmulgee Circuit?
Ocmulgee Circuit, thank you.
Certainly. And you already kind of answered some of my questions right there. But let me ask you, the district attorney, is there a district attorney for each county in each circuit?
No. For example, I was the DA in 5 counties, and Fulton County only has 1 DA. Ocmulgee has 1 DA for 8 counties, but there's a district attorney for each judicial circuit, but you may cover multiple counties.
And compared to a sheriff, does a sheriff cover all the counties in the circuit, or are they limited to a certain county?
Sheriff is elected for 1 county, so you have 159 sheriffs.
May I approach, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. Mr. Scandalakis, I'm showing you what we previously marked as State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize that, sir?
Not only do I recognize it, I have a map of this. The old one too. I have multiple maps since we've changed circuits, but these are the judicial circuits as they're broken up in Georgia.
All right. And does that fairly and accurately represent the map that you have, and also the map from 2020 of the Georgia judicial circuits of the district attorneys?
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, state tenders into evidence State's Exhibit Number 1. Any objection?
No, sir.
Received. Thank you. May I publish? Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, sir. While this is getting set up, let me ask you, oh, there we go, that was quick. Thank you, sir. Mr. Scandalakis, can you see that on the screen next to you?
Yes, sir, I can.
And what you see on the screen next to you, is that the same thing that's kind of up on this big screen up here?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm showing you State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you see the various colors on it?
Yes, sir.
What do the various colors represent?
Judicial circuits.
For example, let's use example of yours. I'm going to kind of point up on the big screen here if it'll show up. Do you see where the 6 is on the west side of the map?
I do, sir.
Which one is that?
That's the Coweta Judicial Circuit.
Is that where you were the district attorney?
That's where I was DA for 25 years.
And what color is it?
It's yellow.
And do you see how there are 5 counties that are yellow there?
Yes, sir.
And did that represent your jurisdiction?
It does.
Mr. Scandalakis, continuing on State's Exhibit Number 1, can you look at the southeast end of the map? And can you identify for the jury which is the Brunswick Judicial Circuit?
The Brunswick Judicial Circuit is the kind of pink or red is with the number 1.
Might you describe it as magenta?
Please don't.
I will describe it as magenta, okay.
All right. So I'm going to walk over here. I'm not in front of the microphone. I'm going to point because this one doesn't work as well. And if you can't see me, is it all right if he stands up if you can't see me?
That's fine, yeah.
Thank you.
You need to stand up. That's
So I can see him.
Can you see where I'm pointing now?
Yes, sir.
And if you look at the State's Exhibit, well, a little way, but do you know which of these counties is Glenn County?
Unfortunately, I do not.
Now, let me direct you to sort of southwest of the Brunswick Judicial Circuit. Do you see the green area?
I do.
Okay, and how many counties does that appear to be?
I think it's 6.
Okay. And which judicial circuit is that?
I believe it's the Alapaha.
Is that maybe a little bit easier if I return this to you. I think it's getting a little bit blurry up there.
It's very blurry and
My apologies. Down here, the green one here. Can you see from there which one it is?
I can, but I cannot read that, Mr. Fowler.
Do you recall whether it was the Waycross Judicial Circuit?
It was the Waycross Judicial Circuit.
Well, I guess my better question, is it still the Waycross?
It is still the Waycross Judicial Circuit. I must admit, I did not memorize all the names of the judicial circuits.
And back in 2020, who was the district attorney over the Waycross Judicial Circuit?
George Barnhill.
Do you know who Tim Vaughn is?
I do know Tim Vaughn.
Who's Tim Vaughn?
Tim Vaughn is the DA, longtime DA. I don't remember the name of that circuit.
Is it the Oconee Circuit?
The Oconee Circuit.
All right. And do you see the yellow circuit kind of above the Waycross Circuit?
I do.
Is that the Oconee Circuit?
It is.
Let me take you over to the east of the Brunswick Judicial Circuit. Do you see the orange 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 county circuit?
Are you talking about just above the Atlantic Judicial Circuit? Is that what circuit you're talking about?
The orange one, the Atlantic, yes.
The Atlantic, yes, sir.
And do you recall who Tom Durden was?
I do.
Who was Tom Durden?
Tom Durden was the DA for the Atlantic Judicial Circuit.
And we say was. Unfortunately, why do we say was?
Tom passed away.
So we talk about those judicial circuits. Is there a different district attorney for each, for lack of a better term, color on that map?
Yes.
Now, at the time in 2020, the Brunswick Judicial Circuit, the pink one that you've already identified, who was the district attorney over that?
In 2020?
Yes, sir. In February of 2020.
That would have been Ms. Johnson.
Okay. And what is her full name?
I've always known her as Jackie Johnson.
Okay. And do you see her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Would you mind identifying her for us, please?
She's seated between Mr. Adams and Mr. Steele.
All right. Now, let me kind of change topics a little bit. What is a district attorney?
A district attorney is the responsibility of prosecuting all felonies and misdemeanors in his or her circuit. In some circuits, you have what are called solicitor generals. So for example, I'll go back to my circuit. I had 5 counties. In 3 of those counties, I had solicitor generals. So if a case was a felony, it would come to the DA's office in those 5 counties. In 2 of those counties, I was also the solicitor general. So we had the responsibility of prosecuting not only felonies, but misdemeanors there.
And who makes the decision about whether a county gets a solicitor or not?
That's done by local legislation. So the county commissioners would put together a package, go to their local representatives, ask them to create a solicitor general's office, and that is completely funded by the counties.
So I want to, we talked briefly about what the job of the district attorney is broadly. Are there duties that the district attorney has?
There are multiple duties we have that the district attorneys have, which includes not only reviewing all the cases that come into the DA's office. You also have a duty to review what are called bonds when the counties are trying to get bonds, and so you review those. I'm not talking about criminal bonds. We also have the duty to advise police officers. We also have the duty to attend what are called protocol meetings. For example, if you have a child fatality in your circuit, your responsibility is to meet with DFACS, the coroner, different parties involved, review that fatality and find out, was it preventable? Was there a way that could have been prevented? You also have child abuse protocols, sexual assault protocols. There's multiple duties.
Sometimes you feel like you have to be in 10 places at once?
Absolutely.
Now, I'm going to show you what we've already admitted is Joint Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that, Mr. Scandalakis?
I do.
What is that?
It is the defined duties of the district attorney pursuant to section 1518(6).
Now, you say the defined duties. Who defines that?
The legislature sets out these basic duties for a DA, a district attorney.
I apologize for interrupting you. Are those legal duties?
They are.
Do you mind if I take it back from you?
Not at all.
Thanks, sir. I'm going to make your own publish. Thank you. I'm going to show you, or I'm going to publish Joint Exhibit number 1. Can you read that from where you are, Mr. Scandalakis?
I can.
Now, I don't want to go through each one of these one by one, but briefly, can you explain what the first one means?
The first one means we have the responsibility to be in court. Now, obviously, when you have a 5-county circuit, and even if you have a 1-county circuit with multiple judges, the DA can't be in each court. So you have assistant DAs that you swear in to work under your authority, and they appear in court. So anytime the Superior Court judge has a court calendar, that's a criminal court calendar, we have the responsibility to appear before that Superior Court judge and handle the cases.
I was going to talk about that later, but you said something, so I'll do it now. You said that you swear in assistant district attorneys. To give them that authority, break down for the jury what you mean by that.
An assistant DA operates under the authority of the DA. So whatever authority I have, you swear that assistant DA in to operate under your authority. So the DA obviously cannot be in all the courtrooms. There's thousands of cases that come into each DA's office. So you set the policy, after you swear in your assistant DAs, you set the policies and you expect your DAs to carry out those policies as you have established them.
And what is the district attorney a constitutional officer?
District attorneys are constitutional officers.
What does that mean?
That means we are in the Constitution of the state of Georgia. We're under the judicial branch, and it means you elect your DAs every 4 years.
And so when say you hired me as an assistant district attorney and you swore me in as assistant district attorney, what does that mean in terms of the district attorney's constitutional duties for the assistant district attorney?
That means you have the same duties as the district attorney, that you're going to uphold the laws of the state of Georgia and the United States and the Constitution under what authority you have and under specific statutes.
And so if the constitutional authority of the district attorney, the elected, is somehow gone, and we'll come back to that later, what happens to the authority of the assistant district attorneys that work for him or her?
So because you swear in your assistant DAs under your authority, for example, Peter John Scandalakis and I have 23 ADAs, and I swear them in, they're operating under my authority. If for some reason I am recused from a case, which means I either excuse myself or the judge just says, Mr. Scandalakis, you're going to have to recuse yourself from the case. All of my assistants, my entire office is off that case.
Now, I want to take you to in subsection number 2 of section 1518.6 of the official code of Georgia. It says to attend on the grand juries, advise them in relation to matters of law, and swear and examine witnesses before them. Does that sound about right?
That's exactly right.
Can you describe for this jury what the grand jury is?
The grand jury is what we call an accusatory body. That is, they listen to cases presented by the district attorney, and they make the decision whether or not there's sufficient evidence that that case should go forward. It's important to understand the grand jury does not typically hear from the defendant, the person accused of a crime, or from the defense attorney. The grand jury only hears from the prosecutor, who is a sworn police officer who comes in, investigator, swears to tell the truth, and then gives them sufficient evidence, probable cause, which is slight evidence that the person accused of a crime may have committed the crime. And then the grand jury decides by vote. There's 23 grand jurors. It takes 12 of them to vote in favor of something. So if 12 of them vote that there's sufficient evidence, the case goes on to the clerk's office. It then goes on to a trial calendar, an arraignment calendar first, but it goes on to that calendar.
In the grand jury room, is it sealed from the public?
Yes, grand jury deliberations are sealed from the public. It's just the 23 grand jurors who are in that room. It's not open to the public like this is, where you have people who watch and see what's going on.
And the grand jurors themselves, can they ask questions?
Grand jurors are allowed to ask questions, and in fact, they do ask questions.
Now, you talked about that defendants don't testify before the grand jury. Are there exceptions to that in Georgia law?
There are exceptions. For example, if you're charging a police officer that has committed some type of act and is, while he was on duty, he or she was on duty, that police officer has a right to appear before the grand jury if they choose to do so.
And is grand jury typically transcribed?
No, most grand juries are not transcribed. There's no court reporter there. But if you are using a grand jury for the purpose of indicting a police officer, a lot of those are transcribed.
Okay. Under Georgia law, do you have to transcribe it if there's a police officer that is subject to a grand jury investigation?
I do not recall if you have to or not. I'd have to go back and look at the statute.
Okay. So now that we've talked about grand jury, do you see number 4, which is to drop all indictments or presentments when requested by the grand jury to prosecute all indictable offenses? Do you see that?
I do.
Is that generally what it sounds like? Draft indictments, prosecute cases?
Exactly right. When a case comes into the DA's office, an assistant DA typically reviews those charges and prepares what is called an indictment. That is the charges that you want to submit to a grand jury. And then the grand jury decides if there's sufficient evidence for that case to go forward.
I'm turning to page 2. I'm going to skip number 5 and number 6. I'm going to show you subsection 7 of joint exhibit number 1. Can you see that, Mr. Scandalak?
I can.
Okay. What does number 7 say?
Well, it says exactly to advise law enforcement officers concerning the sufficiency of evidence, warrants, and similar matters relating to the investigation and prosecution of criminal cases. And it's simply, again, and that's what I talked about when we're also training officers. An officer will typically, I shouldn't say typically, a lot of times an officer will call an assistant DA or call the DA and say, I've got this case here. Do you think I have enough evidence to get an arrest? Now, again, back in 2020, there were 49 DA's officers. Not every DA's office did everything the same. We would typically, the policy in my office was, we would typically tell them, we're not going to advise you whether or not to arrest or not to arrest. That's your job. But if you have enough, if there is sufficient probable cause, you should take it to a magistrate.
At times, as the district attorney, when you were the district attorney, did you or one of your assistant district attorneys sometimes get calls from the police about crimes that recently happened?
Yes.
What kind of role do you play in that area?
Again, we listen to what they have. We talk to them about what they probably should be doing or should have done already. If they hadn't done it, we'd ask them to do it. But it just depends upon the advice and where you are. Sometimes it involves helping them draft a search warrant. Sometimes it's about, what they need to do to preserve certain evidence. So it all depends. Everything's so fluid at the time. It all depends on who's calling and what information they need. And a lot of times it depends on the experience and of the law enforcement officer. Have they worked this type of case before?
Now, do you see number 8 and number 9 up there on state's exhibit, joint exhibit number 1?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do those just talk about some monies broadly?
They do.
I'm going to skip that one. And I'm going to go to subsection 10. Do you see that?
I do.
What is subsection 10?
To assist victims and witnesses of crimes through the complexities of the criminal justice system and ensure the victims of crimes are apprised of the rights afforded them under the law.
Now, let's see something really quick. Let's kind of walk our way through that. We talk about both victims and witnesses in that subsection, correct?
Correct.
I want to focus kind of on the victims portion of that. Tell the jury kind of what kind of victims do you see as a prosecutor, as a district attorney, or an assistant district attorney?
You see obviously you see every type of victim. I mean, you have people who have lost loved ones, and you have people, mothers and fathers who had their children abused. You see people who've had crimes committed against them, for example, armed robberies and burglaries. You see people who have had theft, you get your car stolen, and so you're a victim. So you have people who end up in fist fights, and get the worst of it, and they may be a victim. So you get all sorts of I don't want to say different types of victims, but the crimes are all different. So you have people who come into the criminal justice not of their own doing, but they've been forced in the criminal justice system. And for many of them, it's confusing because they've never been involved in the system. And you have so many things happening on a timetable in the criminal justice system. For example, once a person's arrested, they'll go in front of a judge for a bond if it's a bondable offense. And that sometimes happens before you can even contact your victim. So there are a lot of things that happen quickly, but you try to tell your victim what to expect and what's the next step in the process.
And you talked about victims and you have different crimes. And I guess my question for you, Mr. Scandalakis, is with different crimes and different folks who are victims, does every victim react the same?
No, not at all. All of us are human beings and we all have different emotions. We all have different ways of dealing with things. We all have different faiths and philosophies on how to deal with situations. Some victims come in and they're very nice. They're very respectful. Some victims come in, they're very angry. They don't know why they're angry. They're angry, and usually the first person they encounter, it might be the DA or the assistant DA. Some victims come in and you're still dealing with shock. They still have not been able to process what has happened because everything has happened so quickly. Vehicular homicides are perfect examples. Somebody leaves to go to the store to get a loaf of bread, and the next thing a state trooper's at your door telling you there's been an accident with a DUI, and you still haven't processed it by the time we're dealing with the case, and we're dealing with it the minute it starts to happen.
You talked about some folks who are sad, some are mad, some are stoic, for lack of a better term. As a prosecutor, do you pick and choose like which ones you want to engage with? Make it might be a little bit easier if someone was nice to you, but the person who's mad at you, you go, I'm not talking to that person at all. Tell the jury about how you treat them differently or whether you treat them differently, that sort of stuff.
And again, I'm speaking as to my circuit and my experience since then too, and with also other cases that I've had, but you have to listen. And what I teach younger prosecutors is listen. Just listen for a while and don't overpromise anything because you never know what's going to happen. I do remember one time having to counsel assistant DA of mine when I overheard him say, this is a slam dunk case, we're going to win. And I had to pull him aside and say, you can't guarantee that because you don't know what all the evidence is right now. And you don't know how this case is going to play out in court. So you just have to listen.
And do you sometimes have to deliver bad news?
Yes. Especially in this day of social media and all that, where people get a lot of their information, but they don't understand how the court process works. They don't understand what admissible evidence is. They don't understand what hearsay exceptions are. They don't understand a lot. And they think they've learned a lot. And you have to explain to them that, well, you don't have this type of case. You don't have this prosecutable case. You also have to explain to them the different types of penalties that Georgia law carries because the Georgia statutes are complex. You would think it's easy, but it's not. And again, people come in with different perceptions, different ideas, and you have to be not only the bearer of bad news, sometimes you also tell them good news, but you have to be honest with them. You have to be straightforward.
You have to be transparent.
You should always be transparent.
All right. So we talked about that. I was going to ask you something else and I just lost my train of thought. So do you have folks that, and who does that in the district attorney's office? That's right. So who does that? Is it always the district attorney that picks up the phone?
No, it's not. We've come a long way since when I first joined the DA's office in '84. When I first joined in '84, it was the assistant DAs that called victims. We then started following what Spencer Lawton created. He was the DA, the longtime DA in the Chatham Judicial Circuit in Savannah. And he created what is called a victims assistance program. And my first victims assistance was a grant, one person to work 5 counties, multiple homicides, child molestations. But I finally convinced the counties to start funding victims assistance personnel. And so they would be the first ones. They would usually pick up what is called an incident report from the police department, and then they would contact the victim as soon as possible.
And is that what we might call a victim advocate?
Victim advocate, correct.
So what does a victim advocate do?
Victim advocate does that, advocates on behalf of the victims and tells, we call it a victim advocate, but he or she works for or underneath the DA. And so he or she is also contacting the victims, telling the victims what to expect, when the next court hearing date is, setting up appointments for the victims to meet the prosecutor who's been assigned to the case, is there to answer questions because, again, it may take months for a case it may take years for a case to get into a courtroom. And so victims often have questions, and the assistant DAs and the DA are usually in court or quite busy. And so they'll relay those questions. The victim will relay his or her questions to the victim advocate. The victim advocate will get the answers and get back to the victim.
At the end of the day, generally is the goal to stay in touch.
The goal is to stay in touch to the extent possible. Victim advocates also help with restitution, and also there's the Crime Justice Victims Fund. So there's certain things that victims can be compensated for through the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, and victim advocates help victims fill out that paperwork.
Do you need some water or mint? You okay?
May I approach the witness? Yeah, thank you. Mr. Scandalakis, I'm showing you what we've marked as State's Exhibit number 2. Do you recognize that, sir?
I do. It's the rights of individuals.
And have you seen that document before?
I have.
Does it fairly and accurately depict the rights of individuals in the state of Georgia?
It does.
At this time, State tenders and State's Exhibit number 2.
I understand there's no objection. Is that correct?
You are correct, sir.
Thank you. Received, yeah.
Thank you. May I publish?
You may.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Scandalakis, do you see at the very top of State's Exhibit number 2, the underlined portion that starts with the letters GA?
Yes.
What is that?
Georgia Constitution is the Constitution of the state of Georgia. Article 1, Section 1, paragraph XXX or 30.
Now, I want to take you, do you see the bolded portion? I guess do you see the bolded portion here? Yes. This bolded portion.
Article 1, Bill of Rights, rights of person, yes.
And that's what I was about to say. What does it say here?
Bill of Rights.
And what does it say here at Section 1?
Rights of persons.
And the title, paragraph 30, is what?
Rights of certain individuals.
Now, I see that you have your glasses with you. I think the writing gets a little bit small. You're kind of like me, I think. Sometimes you have to put them on. Let me take you to subsection or to Section A. Do you see it, sir?
I do.
Where it says for the purposes of this paragraph?
I do.
Without going through every single part of it, does it define what a victim is?
It does.
And would that include the next of kin, mom, dad, child of a murder victim?
To the extent possible, yes. I don't think it specifically says that, though.
Okay. Now, typically as the district attorney, is that who is considered the victim if someone is deceased? Well, not for the purposes of the trial, but for the purposes of notification, I should say.
Typically, you're trying to get in touch with one person, for example, or 2 people, the parents of a child, or the closest living relative you can possibly reach. Because of extended families, it's often difficult to get in touch with everybody, but you try to at least establish one contact person.
as a practical matter, is it oftentimes a family member that is significant in the deceased life?
Yes, that's a better way to say it, yes.
And is that just kind of how it practically works?
Yes, because you're talking about, again, hundreds, if not thousands of cases, hundreds of cases that qualify with victims, and you're talking about under-resourced, offices, yes.
Now, let me take you to the fourth line, halfway over. It starts with the words, "when the crime." Do you see it?
Yes, sir, I see it now.
Okay. The first half before the comma, does it say when the crime is against or involving the person of the victim or is a felony property crime? Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
And this is going to seem like a silly question, but the crime of murder, is that a crime involving the person of the victim?
It is. Yes, sir.
So, and it said the second half is such victims shall be afforded the following specific rights, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to take you to number 1. Do you see it?
Yes, sir.
Sometimes I'll have you read it, sometimes I'll read it, just kind of keep things a little bit different. Is that okay with you?
If Mr. Steele doesn't object, it'd be easier if you read it and then I can answer the question.
That sounds good to me. So the first one, does it say the right upon request to reasonable, accurate, and timely notice of any scheduled court proceedings involving the alleged act or changes to the scheduling of any such proceedings?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Number 2, does it say the right upon request to reasonable, accurate, and timely notice of the arrest, release, or escape of the accused?
That's what it says. Yes, sir.
Okay. The right not to be excluded from any scheduled court proceedings involving the alleged act?
Yes, sir.
Okay. The right upon request to be heard at any scheduled court proceedings involving the release, plea, or sentencing of the accused?
Yes, sir.
And the right to be informed of his or her rights?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the second portion, do you see subsection B?
I do.
Okay. Now, let's see here. Now, it talks about motions in a criminal or delinquency proceeding. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you describe for the, well, let me say this. It starts talking about minors and that sort of stuff. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So for the purposes of an adult crime, this doesn't apply. Is that fair to say? Well, where the defendant charged is an adult, does that portion apply?
Well, I'm not sure I understand your question.
That's okay. It's kind of a bad question.
Okay.
So now I'm showing you.
What number is that?
The one I just admitted was number 2. This is number.
Thank you, sir.
I'm showing you what we've marked states exhibit number 3. Do you recognize this?
I do.
What is that?
It is the oath of a district attorney.
Okay. And whose oath is that?
It's Miss Johnson's.
Your Honor, at this time, state tenders into evidence states exhibit number 3. It is a certified copy of the defendant's oath of office.
Any objection?
No, sir.
Received.
Thank you. May I publish? Even smaller writing. Can you see that one, Mr. Scandalakis?
I can.
Now, at the top, do you see oath of the district attorney?
I do.
The person that takes that, such as in this one, Jackie Johnson, do you have to raise your right hand to take this?
Typically you do, yes.
Okay. And I want to take you in, whose oath is this?
The oath of a DA, a district attorney.
All right. And with the oath of the district attorney, does it go through kind of a long oath that has to be taken?
It does.
And as part of that, does the person have to swear to uphold the Constitution
Yes, sir.
of the United States
Yes, sir.
and of Georgia?
Yes, sir.
And does that person swear all of that under oath?
He or she does.
I want to shift gears with you a little bit Mr. Scandalakis, and if you need a break at some point, just let me know. I know we've been going for a while. As part of being a district attorney, are you familiar with the notion of conflicts?
I am.
Okay. Let me take you back to 2020, in February of 2020. Which office in the state of Georgia was statutorily assigned to assign conflicts?
In 2020, the Attorney General had the responsibility to assign a conflict case in which a DA or a Solicitor General had recused himself. And we use that term recused to mean you're off the case because of some problem. So you're off the case, and then it goes to the Attorney General to appoint someone else to handle the case.
Now who does it?
Now it's my office's responsibility. As of July 1st, 2022, it's my responsibility.
I was about to ask you if you remembered the date that you got it.
I remember the exact date.
Is it busy? Is it busy?
It is very busy.
On a given year, and I know you've only had it for a little over 2 years, on a given year, how many conflicts do you think that Prosecuting Attorneys Council handles? Not handles as assigned to prosecuting. We'll come back to that. But how many conflict recusals do you think you get from district attorneys and solicitors combined?
It all depends on what happens in an election. If a defense attorney runs against a DA and wins, and that defense attorney has a prominent practice, for example, in Columbus, we had a defense attorney who was appointed to be a DA because the previous DA had been removed from office. We assumed 300 cases that day. We usually average anywhere between 150 and 200 cases a year. It doesn't sound a lot, but when you're trying to reach out to a DA who has his or her own caseload and ask them to take another case or two, it gets to be quite burdensome.
And you say when you reach out to a district, well, let me go ahead and do that. When you say you reach out to a district attorney, can you call an assistant district attorney and say, hey, can y'all take this case?
No, an assistant DA doesn't have any authority to assume a case on behalf of the DA. So you're dealing with either the elected DA or the elected Solicitor General, depending upon the case is a felony or the case is a misdemeanor.
And so as the district attorneys see your name pop up sometimes, maybe they don't take your call because they don't want to take that right then?
So far, I have a good relationship with the DAs. They do take my call, but that doesn't mean they always say yes.
All right. Now, that was what I was going to get at is sometimes they don't say yes. Sometimes do they say, I can't take this case or I won't take this case?
Yes. I mean, sometimes a DA will be honest, say, Pete, I can't take it right now. Call me on your next case. But yeah, that happens.
I'm going to refer you back here to State's Exhibit number 1. It's the map of the judicial circuits across the state. Kind of give us some ideas of when you are trying to assign a conflict case, and I'm going to come back to the law on that, but when you receive a conflict request or conflict letter from a district attorney saying, I'm recusing my office for whatever reason, using this map and other things, kind of tell the jury a little bit what kind of evaluation you're making as to who to call.
A number of factors go into it, but really what you're looking for example, if you have a conflict case down in, say, far South Georgia, where that yellow, down to the left, the yellow circuit is, if you have a conflict case down there, you don't want to appoint someone from the Atlanta area up north because they can't make it down there. They'll have to travel, they'll have to contact witnesses. So you're looking for circuits in the immediate vicinity to see if that DA can take it. You're also looking to see if you have assigned conflict cases to that DA before, how many he or she has taken. And you're also looking to see, are they at full staff? So, if you have a DA that's down 2 or 3 assistant DAs, you may skip over that circuit and go to a next circuit, but you're trying to keep it in the vicinity.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to show you also what's, and let me go back to that a little bit. Actually, let me follow up with you a little bit. You said that sometimes district attorneys say no.
Correct.
And Could it be just busy at that time?
Yes,
Don't have the resources at that time?
yes,
At times, have there been times when you call a different district attorney and they say, I can't prosecute that either. I have a conflict too.
yes.
Okay. And what do you do at that point?
We keep looking.
Have there been times when it's tough to find somebody?
Absolutely.
I'm going to show you, and I believe you've already seen it, what we've admitted is joint exhibit number 2. And what is this?
That is the statute which covers how you go about or what happens when a DA is disqualified.
Is this the law that governs how to do it, basically? And what happens when someone does disqualify their office?
It was the law in 2019 and 2020. It's not the law today.
Okay, all right. So that's what I was about to say. This was 2019 and 2020, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you've used the term recuse and disqualify. Is there a difference between the two of them?
Technically, no. We use those interchangeable. Sometimes a DA will be disqualified by a judge after a hearing. And so that's when the judge disqualifies or recuses the office. But typically they're interchangeable terms. 99.9% of our conflict cases are when a DA voluntarily takes himself or herself off the case.
Now, and you kind of got at that, which is you talk about when a judge removes the district attorney. Is that typically some sort of hearing in an open courtroom like this one?
It is.
And typically is that someone who's charged with a crime who says, hey, this district attorney can't be on this case for some sort of crime.
It can be, yes.
And if the judge orders disqualification, does it then go right into what you're talking about? This arrives at Pete's office and you have to assign?
Yes, sir.
And so is it basically two different roads to get to the same procedure?
Yes, sir.
Right. So let me show you, let's talk about this procedure under 1518.5. This is back in 2020. The second, when a district attorney's office is disqualified from interest or relationship to engage in a prosecution, the district attorney shall notify the attorney general of the disqualification. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How is that typically done?
Yeah. It's typically done by a phone call.
Sometimes is it done by letter?
It can be done by letter. In fact, so for example, when I was a DA, if I had a conflict case, I would reach out to the attorney general and say, I'm about to conflict off this case. I will follow that up with a letter. Now, since email, we can email those letters, but in the old days, it was snail mail. So I say the old days, many of us use that when you drop, but y'all know what I'm talking about. So you would call the AG and say, we're going to conflict off this case. I'm sending you this letter in the mail. You'll get it soon.
And as soon as that is received, does that trigger subsections A1, A2, and A3?
Yes, sir.
And are those the options that at the time the Attorney General's office and now your office has to assign the case?
Yes.
So we see the first one, which is request the services of and thereafter appointed district attorney, solicitor general, retired prosecutor. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Is that kind of what you were talking about just a moment ago when you're calling around to different district attorneys?
It is.
And you talked about solicitors general. I believe that's how you say it, right?
It is. Solicitors general.
Solicitors general. Earlier, do they have the same conflict rules?
They do.
And can they take a district attorney's case?
That's a good question. Yes, they could. We could do that at times. We have done that at times.
Okay. So the second option, designate an attorney from the Department of Law. Who's the Department of Law?
Attorney General's office.
Okay. Are those two terms used interchangeably?
Yes.
Okay. Third option, appoint a competent attorney to act as, I just noticed the word competent. Appoint a competent attorney to act as district attorney pro tem in place of the district attorney. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What does that mean?
Go out and try to hire a private lawyer to handle a conflict case.
It sounds pretty easy.
We are confined by state statute how much we can pay a private lawyer. I don't know what it's the hourly rate of a DA. I don't know what it was in 2020. I can tell you what it is today. The hourly rate of a DA is about $65, $67 an hour. And trying to hire a private lawyer for $67 an hour is impossible. Not only that, with that $67 an hour, you have no investigator, no money for supplies, no money for, computers, things that you'll need. And so it has become, it's there on the statute, like a lot of laws are on the books, but you can't find a lawyer you can't find a competent lawyer for $67 an hour.
All right. Now, is that basically what subsection B says is how to pay the private lawyers?
Yes, sir.
Do you see subsection D in front of you?
I do.
Now, it says the appointment of the district attorney pro tem, and then it lists a bunch of requirements. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, those requirements such as where, when, the case, all of that. How, when you're assigning a conflict case to a different district attorney, a different solicitor, private lawyer if you can find one, how are you doing that? Are you sending them a letter, email? How does that done?
How am I doing that today, or how was it done back in 2020?
Both.
In 2020, the way it was done is Ms. Crittenden would reach out to us and say, I've got this conflict case, would you take it? And we would say yes. I would say yes. And so Ms. Crittenden would send us an appointment letter from the Attorney General's office. You then file that with the clerk of the court and a copy with the prosecuting attorney's counsel. So that's how you would do it back in 2020. We do it basically the same way, except for we do it electronically now. So we can do all this paperwork electronically.
Just a moment ago, and there was something I forgot to ask you just a moment ago. You were talking about the different people that can be assigned cases, the DA, solicitor, Department of Law, or a private lawyer. Do you remember that?
Yes.
What about your agency?
Oh, yes. My agency can also be assigned a case. And in the past, prior to 2020 was, and even now, we are assigned a number of cases. I assign cases to my attorneys all the time.
All right. So in subsection E, basically, what does subsection E say? If you will summarize that for the jury, please.
Basically says you're only to receive your salary. So even if I appoint Mr. Fowler, let's say I appoint the Attorney General's office to a case, they can receive only their salary. If they have some travel expenses, we can bill those to the county. But basically, it's like, particularly if you are an assistant, a DA, a Solicitor General, the Attorney General's office or PAC, it's just based upon our typical salary.
It's just part of your job.
It's part of our job. You don't receive extra money for taking on extra cases.
Now, do you see subsection F?
Yes.
Is that what we were talking about, how a judge can let the Attorney General know back in 2020?
Yes.
Okay. And finally, subsection G, do you see where it says any order entered by a court disqualifying the DA from engaging in a prosecution shall specify the legal basis?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And all that's saying is that if a court disqualifies the DA, court's got to say why we're doing this.
Correct.
Okay. So I want to talk about conflicts a little bit further. Can you give the jury an idea of what some common conflicts are that you see?
There are legal conflicts, and then there's what we call appearance of impropriety. So a legal conflict is when the DA has a financial interest in the case. For example, if the DA is a stockholder in a certain bank and that bank gets robbed, and that may or may not affect the stock, but the DA in all likelihood would recuse himself or herself from the case. That typically doesn't happen. It usually happens if you're related to somebody. For example, let's say the DA's first cousin gets arrested and the DA knows that's a conflict. Or let's say the DA even is going to be called as a witness in a case, on a case, that would be a conflict, and the DA would recuse himself or herself from the case. You also have what is called the appearance of impropriety. Now, that is not an actual conflict per se, but the DAs understand that because the public needs to have faith in the system, that he or she should get off the case and he or she will recuse himself from the case. One of the things I do in my office is because we're getting so many conflicts, we try to push back on some of these conflicts and say, it's really not a conflict per se. It's not a legal conflict. You can handle this case. You just have to wall off. Let's just say an assistant DA, his or her mother gets arrested for any type of offense. And the DA say, well, that's one of my assistant DAs, therefore I can't prosecute this. Technically, that's not a conflict, because what you can do is wall off that assistant DA, not have him or her do anything with that case, and assign it to another assistant DA, and tell them you're not to communicate with this lawyer on this case. But we do get a number of appearance of conflicts.
And
appearance of improprieties, excuse me, as a conflict reason.
when that occurs and a conflict letter or notice of a conflict is sent, what things is the district attorney permitted to do on the case after that?
Once a DA is recused from the case, he or she is off that case. One of the things that we try to work on is, for example, if a DA is recused from the case, he or she, his assistants, his investigators, her investigators, her support staff typically will have nothing to do with that case, but we do kind of rely upon them to keep us apprised of schedules and maybe contact a witness or two to meet. So, but typically the DA is completely off that case.
You talk about schedules. Is that just sometimes because schedules don't make it to the conflict prosecutor?
Correct. A lot of times, and we had one circuit in which the schedule only went to the DA's office and we couldn't get our office added to it. So when it went to the DA's office, it would be forwarded to us.
What about legal decisions on the case?
Legal decisions are, once a DA is recused, he or she is not permitted or should not participate in any legal decision.
Plea negotiations.
Once a DA is off the case, not to be involved in plea negotiations.
Litigation.
Nothing to do with the case. Absolutely nothing to do with the case. Nothing to do with the decision whether to prosecute or not prosecute. Nothing to do with talking to the defense attorney on the case. Has nothing to do with the case.
What about assigning out conflict?
I'm sorry, what now?
What if the district attorney recuses themselves? Can they assign a different district attorney themselves?
They cannot assign a different DA.
So let's go back to the recusal moment. When is the district attorney legally recused from the case? That moment you talked about when they have to stop. When are they legally recused from the case?
I think a DA is legally recused from the case when he or she says he's recused. That's when they stop taking part of the case. Now, does it always work like that? I can tell you it doesn't always work like that. And for example, I had a case where I had a superior court judge accused of a crime, and I knew I could not prosecute that case. So I asked the GBI to get involved. I contacted the Attorney General's office and said, if the GBI needs assistance, I'm not going to give it to them. You give it to them until you can find somebody to take the case.
Why would it have been wrong for you to give the GBI assistance?
I don't think it would have been wrong, but I didn't want to be in that situation based upon the perception. So when I told the GBI I was not going, I did ask the GBI to get involved, but I told them any advice needed to come from the Attorney General's office. And typically I don't want to be giving advice on a case I'm not going to prosecute.
And would you, let me put it this way.
By the way, the Superior Court judge did nothing wrong. So just so y'all know.
Funny you say that the Superior Court judge did nothing wrong. You give that opinion now. Is that why you needed to get out of the case, because you had that opinion?
I didn't.
I'm not accusing you of anything.
No, I understand.
Please understand that.
No, I understand. I didn't have any opinion at the time because there was no investigation. I knew what the allegation was, but it required a full investigation before any final decision was made.
Okay. So at that point you said, hey, this isn't an issue of my opinion. This is an issue of somebody's going to think that I'm flying too close to the sun here and I need to get out.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with that in mind, to trigger the process to assign someone else, when does that start? That under 1518.5, when we talk about getting somebody to assign, when does that start?
I can tell you when it starts in my office, when the prosecutor calls me and tells me he or she is recusing his office. I then tell the prosecutor, the DA, please send me an email, setting forth, however, we're going to start the case. We're going to start the process of trying to find somebody. So it all depends. I mean, a lot of times I'll get a phone call. Sometimes I don't get the phone call. I just get the email. And again, we start the process.
Okay. All right. So let's take it back to 2020, before 2020. Let's talk about what worked in practice. That makes sense. Sometimes would a district attorney or solicitor call or send a conflict and say, I've already talked to somebody and they're willing to take it?
Did that happen?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why is that?
It happened because I can tell you that over the years, things change. I've been a DA when Michael Bowers was a DA, Michael Thurman.
Mike Bowers, was he DA or?
I'm sorry. When Mike Bowers was Attorney General, when Mr. Thurman was Attorney General, when Sam Owens was Attorney General, and now when Mr. Carr is Attorney General. So I've been with all those Attorney Generals. It used to be that the Attorney General would ask us to see if we could find somebody to take the case. And then we would recuse ourselves and we would call and say, I think my neighbor will take this case. You might want to contact him or her. And so we've tried to discourage that over the past few years, but it was not an unusual circumstance for somebody to call the Attorney General and say, I'm going to recuse my office from this case. I've talked to DA, Fred Bright in the next circuit, and he or she is willing to take the case. Fred is a former DA.
So you didn't just make that?
No, I didn't.
When those phone calls would be made from district attorney to district attorney saying, hey, I got the case.
Yes.
What kind of information would you provide?
Usually you'd give them a summary of the facts, a real brief summary, because one of the things you didn't want to happen is for you to blindside a DA and just say, I've got a case. It's a simple case. Do you mind taking it? Sure, I'll take it. The next thing you know, it's a very complex case with a lot of political repercussions. And your colleague who you see at all the meetings feels betrayed, for lack of better term. It gets worse than that.
So when you say a brief recitation of the facts, would you give them the whole file and say, take a look at all of this?
Well, typically you don't have a file. Usually what happens is you are being brought in at the beginning and you don't know much about the case because you haven't even seen the first piece of paper. But you do know, based upon the summary of facts, what the law enforcement has presented to you, that there's a conflict here and you're going to have to get somebody to work the case. I cannot think of a single instance in which I disqualified my office or recused my office, or even one in which I was appointed as a conflict prosecutor where there was a complete file. Now, when a DA loses an election and a lawyer comes in who's beat that DA, we do get complete files in those cases because that case has been sitting in a DA's office. But typically on a matter that's happening right then, there's not a complete file.
Let's say there's a conflicting DA and there's a receiving DA. Do you know what I mean by that?
Yes.
So let's say that the conflicting DA calls the receiving DA and says, I've got this case. It's a theft by taking. I know that my commissioner is accused of doing it. Would you come take a look at it? Would you possibly take that case? Does that sound like something that might be reasonable?
Yes.
Okay. If the receiving DA says, I'll take a look at it. Takes a look at however they may do it. Nowadays, via Zoom, maybe. However they do it, and they say, yeah, okay, I don't think that Commissioner A did anything wrong. In your mind, would it be appropriate for the conflicting DA to then recommend that DA?
Would it be appropriate? I don't think so.
Why not?
Because that DA's already made up his mind. He hasn't really looked at a file.
But let me kind of ask that maybe a little bit better. Yeah, poor question. If the receiving DA makes up their mind, and then like we talked about, sometimes the conflicting DA calls the Attorney General in 2022 or your office now and says, hey, I talked to so-and-so, they're willing to take the case. But the receiving DA's already made up their mind. Would that be appropriate?
So the conflicting DA contacts the receiving DA, and the receiving DA has already made up his or her mind. Does the conflicting DA know that?
Yes.
Yeah, I would not be in favor of that.
Why not?
Because again, when you're recusing yourself off a case, you want independent eyes. You want fresh eyes to look at the case.
Would that be knowledge that you would want to know if you were assigning the case?
I would want to know that.
Also, when you're making those decisions of who to assign it to, would you always take the recommendation of the conflicting district attorney of who to assign?
I can tell you in 2022, when we started taking these conflict cases, DAs, because we have counseled them so much, DAs typically do not have a recommendation. I cannot, let me put it this way, of the thousands of, hundreds since 2022, hundreds per year, I cannot think of a single instance in which a DA or a Solicitor General has contacted us and said, I've spoken to so-and-so about this case, they're willing to take this case. I'm usually getting letters, very simple. I recuse my office from this case. Please assign a conflict prosecutor, period. And that's when we call to try to find out what the conflict is. And a lot of times my assistants are told, we don't have to tell you what the conflict is. And they're right.
And that's kind of what I want to get at.
They don't have to tell us a thing.
Are there certain pertinent pieces? I know we talked about this a little bit, but in terms of where the case is procedurally, does that matter too?
It does matter because sometimes if you have a conflict case, it happens after the person has been arrested and there's bond hearings or probation revocations, and you're under a timeline to get somebody there into the courtroom because a judge has a job to do and there's hearings to be held. It speeds that timeline up. And for example, there are cases in which a DA has recused because during the course of a case, a conflict has appeared to them, and they contact my office saying, we're recused off this case. By the way, there's a bond hearing tomorrow. Can you take care of it? I send a person down to take care of it if I can, or we contact the court and the defense attorney and say, we just got this conflict. We can have somebody there. However, I'm still looking to appoint the case to somebody else. So depending on the time frame, yes, things happen like that.
And would you want to know if any decisions have been made on the case, all of that sort of stuff?
Would I want to know?
Yes.
Yes.
Would that affect what kind of information you might pass on to the next prosecutor?
Well, yes. I mean, and again, it depends when the conflict occurs and what the conflict is. For example, I had a conflict case in which the prior DA had made a plea recommendation, and it was on the record, and defense counsel had accepted that plea recommendation. But in between that time, that DA got beat in office, and there was a new DA who recused from the case and didn't like that plea negotiation. Well, we felt bound by the prior plea negotiation, and so we went forward with it.
That sort of thing I know a while back in the testimony. As the former district attorney of the Coweta Judicial Circuit, 5 counties, if you need to get out of a case where your conflict didn't involve the victim, it involved, say, the defendant or something else, is that something that you as the district attorney would call the victim and talk to them about?
We would notify the victim if we were recusing our office.
Why?
That's a matter of courtesy.
And why is that important?
Again, we want the victim to understand what is happening and why it's happening.
Because, well, may I have one moment, Your Honor? Thank you. Your Honor, I have nothing further for this witness. And if the court is permitted, the state needs a restroom break.
Okay. I think the jury might too, before cross. Okay. Don't discuss the case among yourselves or listen to any discussion of it. Everybody else remain stationary while the jury leaves.
All right, the jury.
Would it be possible to get a cup of water or something when I come back? I'm gonna go to the restroom too. Okay.
All right, the jury has left. It'll probably take them about 15 minutes to get everything done.
Thank you, Judge.
15 minutes.
Mr. Scandalakis, please don't discuss your testimony.
All right, y'all. It's the end of the road, and I'm closing this out. We will see Mr. Steele do his side because Mr. Steele is the one going to cross-examine him. So, guys, I will see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to bed for real. Good night. Bye.
Thank you for watching the infamous Sylvia channel, where laughter and fun make up our panel. Together we build this digital spree. We appreciate you and our growing family. With mods by our side and chat flowing free in this online space. It's just you and me, we laugh until tears roll down like the rain. In this virtual world, you ease all my pains. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mods and chat, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We cherish the moments, the highs and lows, from the latest gossip to stories untold. You're more than a viewer, you're part of the crew in this space of ours. It's all because of you. This digital world where emotion is shared, every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual virtual domain. With every sign, enjoys what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mars in check, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mars in check, keeping the vibe so right. Together we shine like stars in the night. This digital world where emotion is shared. Every post and reaction showing we care. The love is real in this virtual domain. With every sign, enjoys what we'll gain. We're a family, not just a show. Every click and comment makes us grow. Mars in check, keeping the